All right. The message says you are live, so I suppose we are live. I will go ahead and give people a few seconds to trickle in here, as per the usual. In the meantime, those of you who are waiting, see what you have to say. Dang, it's going to be 2 a.m. here. That's party time. Luckily, it is Friday, I think. My dude Bert, good to see you here, man. Sup, folks? Rotten Corpse, I'm glad you could make it. Worth the wait, LOL. That has yet to be seen, but we will remain positive. So, Friday, always a rough day for lives. We'll see. We'll see how many people show up. At the very least, everyone will have something to listen to over the weekend. A video was originally going to go live this weekend. It was going to be on the Kimber DS Warrior 10mm long slide, but I had a sponsor reach out at the last second, and I need to have the ad approved, and they only approve it on business days. So that video is getting pushed likely to Wednesday. And then after that, I have a Gerson, what is it, the 2311 Witness CX, the one that looks like a Staccato XC. They sent that one to me in 45. Shot that at the range yesterday. It ain't hardly had no malfunctions, is the best way I could describe it so far. So that video will likely be the weekend after that. But figured at the very least, we'd do a live, give you guys something to listen to over the weekend if you have anywhere to go, maybe on Monday on the way to work. Decided to finally take the plunge, bought a 5-inch Bul tack. Awesome. Welcome to the family. Congratulations. You're going to love it. What's up, Troy? How you doing, man? Yo, Brett, are you watching the new Ghost in the Shell show? Nah, I'm always a little bit delayed on watching new stuff. I want to wait and see if it's worth it before committing, because I have this backlog of I've gotten through all the S tier stuff. I'm at the bottom of A tier now that I'm watching. There's too much good stuff out there. So I'm always on a little bit of a delay seeing if the new stuff is any good before I hop in. So in this live, a couple of things that I want to touch on once more people get in here. Number one, everyone's been making the videos of, Guntube is dying, all that kind of stuff for the last, month or so. I haven't really hopped on that algorithm bandwagon because it just feels like farming views for drama. That's how it feels to me. I'm not saying that's what other people are doing. I'm just saying it feels that way to me. But I definitely want to touch on that, what my experience has been on my end, what I've been seeing with analytics, and what I think the future is going to be for Guntube. So I want to touch on that. Also talk about my experience with the Bul Armory collaboration. I feel like that's not an experience a lot of people get to have. So if anyone has any questions about the experience, I'm here to answer them. Other than that, general Q&A. I just reviewed the Canic Prime Radian. So if anyone wants, any kind of inside ball on the experience with that or anything else upcoming, I'm here for it. I will touch on it. Just gonna, like I said, give some people some time to trickle in. Time is a flat circle. Topics will be brought back time and time again. That's pretty accurate. It goes like that. History repeats itself. My dude Ben, yes, Ben Bert Bart. I'm waiting for some non-names to start popping up now. I'm pulling for Brankle. I hope Brankle comes up. I will name my firstborn son Brankle. The Springfield 1911 ready for a new home yet? The SWAT, the really cool V10 ported 45 ACP SWAT team gun. No, that one is probably going to stay with me forever. That was a once in a lifetime find. It has shown me I have somewhat soft hands. Otherwise, it only had a couple of hiccups. Probably mine or the 147 grain Blazer ammo's fault. On the Bull, yeah, 147 grain Blazer. I mean, yeah, that's not the best, but I would think that it should run. Tell me what kind of hiccups you are having. What do they look like? You sound stuffy, homie. You good? Yeah, probably. It's just tired. Just tired. I don't think I'm stuffy. I do have a deviated septum, so when I get tired, I can sound a little stuffy. But no, I'm fine. Thank you. I really do wish companies would just make a premium offering of their affordable lineup. Walther and Smith & Wesson has done it technically. Yeah, that's kind of the position that I'm in, I think there's a huge portion of gun consumers, huge portion. And when I say, people who are buying, I gotta be careful saying these phrases and words on a live. People who consume multiple products like a year. So enthusiasts that are just, they're always going to be people who are getting stuff. I think we get bored and we like the little more like special edition or premium versions of stuff. So for example, Smith & Wesson with the carry comp, that's like a really appetizing offering if you're someone who doesn't mind spending a little more scratch to have something a little more unique than just a base model, even if the base model does make a little more sense. A lot of people are, how do I say it? A lot of people in this space want to be special snowflakes. They don't want to get just the base model. So the premium offerings, especially like someone like me, I'm willing to pay for a little more performance. The Smith & Wesson M&P carry comp doesn't really do that. They poked a hole in the barrel that isn't very efficient. It looks cool. Other than that, you'd be better off just getting a base model and sending it out and customizing it. Walther, I think, has done a pretty good job. I'm not the biggest PDP guy. Notice I'm not saying the biggest Walther guy. Love Walther. Just not the biggest PDP guy. But I do appreciate, you can get offerings with, comps, better triggers, that kind of stuff. And then, of course, they also have the steel frames. And, Smith & Wesson started doing that as well. Oh, what's up, man? Appreciate the $20 super chat. That's, wow, right off the bat, too. Thanks for the support. Goes right into the channel, especially I've been shooting some non-9mm calibers, and I don't have anyone sending me non-9mm calibers, like, 10mm. So that is very helpful for the channel. Really appreciate it. Hey, thanks for chatting with me by email. As I mentioned, I was able to get the EDC Pro Compact. It's awesome. Other recent additions to the collection are P10C Ported Koa. Nice. RXM. Solid choice. Echelon 4.0C Comp. That might be in my near future. G45 Gen 6 Koa and VP9 CC, etc. Man, you're always getting the cool stuff. Always love hearing the additions to your collection. I live vicariously through you. I used to buy like that like crazy. And yeah, those were the good old days. Now I'm like, here's this vintage Smith & Wesson revolver that's like 3 Gs. And instead of getting a bunch of those kind of guns, I'm like, I'm gonna spike that one. But yeah, really appreciate the support, man. Thank you. Let's see here. What else we got? Hey, Brett, thank you for the challenge coin at GunCon. I'm now saving up for a Bul EDC. Very nice, dude. Yeah, dude, that was the best part. And like, if anyone wants to talk about GunCon or the Bul Armory experience in North Carolina at Blackstone Shooting Sports, just the coolest experiences ever. I kind of run the channel pretending like no one watches it. I just kind of like yap. I special interest yap at the camera and just have fun doing it. And I pretend like no one watches it. And I just kind of respond to people in comments. But getting to meet so many people was almost overwhelming at GunCon and at Blackstone. But I'm glad that I can offer you guys some entertainment that you enjoy. It was pretty cool to meet all you guys. But not many of those challenge coins exist. So keep it safe. But yeah, you're going to love that Bul when you end up getting it. EDC is a good all-arounder. Nelson said he was moving, tired of your shit. Yeah, Nelson, he's getting ready to move on. That I know. Whether or not he's tired, who could ever get tired of me? People sit on here and listen to me yap for like 6 hours for some reason. I don't know. Anything new and exciting you can't talk about? Yeah, there's a few things from a few different companies. Yeah, firearms and firearm accessories. Yeah, a few things. I just got the Agitek Defense belt. Works wonders. Thank you for putting me on. Yeah, that's the Agitek belt. Kind of caught me by surprise. Really like the dude that runs the company, by the way. Just all around great dude who had an idea and ran with it, and it was brilliant. It's the belt that I wear every single day. It has retired my core belt. It has retired my Hunter Constantine belt. Still love and recommend both of those belts. They're amazing. The Agitek, just one, can't be beat for the price, and two, it's like the Goldilocks between the core and the HC belt. That Goldilocks middle ground, and it's a fraction of the price. So still recommend that. So we're on Amazon, so it's easy to order. But glad you like the belt. So do I. Brett, what is your go-to pocket revolver and most pleasant to shoot? I mean, obviously J-frame. 32 H&R Magnum, the ultimate carry J-frame, that's the most pleasant to shoot by far that I recommend. I mean, obviously you can get a 22, but like, let's get a caliber that's gives you a little more of an advantage. I wouldn't want to be shot with a 22, but it's better than nothing. Still lethal force. I just want to give myself as many little advantages as I can. They all stack up. But 32 H&R Mag is the most pleasant to shoot that is a somewhat serious caliber. I'm still a 38 special guy. I tried out 32 H&R Mag. My biggest problem is not all 32 H&R loads are built the same. You know, they don't have the same performance. There's one or two out there that are particularly good. Oh man, it's a tired day. It's a sleepy day. So my brain is I'm not as fast on the draw as I usually am. But what is it? Federal Deep, the Hydroshock Deeps for 32 H&R Mag. It's like the one hyper performance 32 H&R Mag round where it's splitting hairs between the performance of 38 Special and 32 H&R. The problem is it's like impossible to get. And that's the thing, is when you have like the one load that's good for a weird caliber, it's always sold out. So yeah, that one's the most pleasant to shoot. I personally opt for a lightweight 38 Special. I rarely pocket carry, but when I do, it's actually a 380. But if I'm carrying a revolver in my pocket, it's a J-frame 38. But if you're looking for something pleasant to shoot, 32 H&R Mag is the way to go. Okay. Lots of special people. Yes, so many special people. Any comments on Bul's inability to keep up with demand? Me and thousands of others are still pissed about missing the TAC comp. I do not blame you for being pissed about that. What I can tell you is I hung out with the Bull Armory guys for almost 2 weeks, so I got to know them really well. And what I can tell you is they can't tell me how many guns they do make, but what I can tell you is they're making more guns than you think. It's just that's how high demand is, and they refuse to sacrifice quality control to pump out more guns. And I know we're not used to seeing that, but that's what's going on. So I sympathize with them that they're pumping out a lot of guns. The demand is just so insanely high that they're always gone. So I feel you, especially with the TAC comp. The one, keep in mind, Bull Armory is one of the few bigger companies that actually listen to feedback and apply it quickly. Like they take action because they actually care about us. So they limited it to, like on the Nightwood Guns special, they limited it to 1 per person. So you don't have some scalper sitting there with, 5 laptops open, hitting go at the same time, and then sitting there waiting for it to grind. And then they get 2 of them and they're like, sweet. And then they scalp 2 of them. So now it's just 1 per person. They're still going to get scalped. It is what it is. Like we can't change that. It happens in every single, niche. It happens with Pokemon cards. It happens with anything you could possibly imagine. So just know that they refuse to sacrifice quality and consistency in exchange for pumping out more. They could make more money. They're not scummy. So they refuse to do it. Got a couple more super chats coming in here. Got one from Michael. Appreciate the super chat, man. Thank you. Especially having just done the Kimber 10mm video. Definitely burning through like that, the Patreon money and the super chat money as I start shooting these weird calibers more. I'm that weird guy interested in a Bull 1911, not DS, and I'm having trouble deciding between the regular government model for 12 or the upcoming SOF for 2. Any thoughts on whether the SOF is worth the scratch? That's the one I would personally go to, just because 1, I like the more modern features on it, and 2, it is going to be more valuable if you for whatever reason change your mind, or you end up in the ER and you have medical bills to pay. That one will be much easier to move and retain its value better. So to me, it's worth it for the more modern features. If you just want to dip your toe in a 1911, like you don't have one, you want a 1911, then I would go for the older one for less. But I'm a buy once, cry once guy, and I like the new stuff. So that's the direction I would go. But like I said, if you just want a really nice 1911 for a decent price, you don't have one, I would go with the older one. But thanks again for the support, man. The super chat, it means a lot. It's humbling. What's up, Nick? Glad to see you here, man. Appreciate the super chat. GunCon actually had some cool products this year. While I didn't pick up that Bull, I snagged one of Mad Science Tactical's overpriced widgets for my Platy and was able to effectively pin the grip safety in 5 seconds. That's interesting. I'm not a grip safety pinner, but if you are someone who's interested in that, it's a it's an interesting idea. Let me know how it holds up. Like, I'm genuinely curious. I genuinely want to know how it holds up. But really appreciate the super chat, man. The support does go a long way, especially, like I said, I'm shooting 10 millimeter. I shot 45 yesterday. I shot 10 millimeter and 45 ACP. So, kind of putting into the ammo budget pile for the channel is extremely helpful. I'm hoping to get another ammo sponsor that can send weirder calibers, like 357 Magnum, 10 millimeter, that kind of stuff. Had about 3 to 4 failure to feed in the 1,000 I put through it in 2 days. So it could have been me limp wristing from fatigue. That's always possible. I hate being that person, but like, did you clean and oil it? What kind of oil did you use? Yeah. Like, obviously I don't know about limp wristing and stuff like that, especially when you're shooting 147s. But what was I going to say? Oh, what did the failure to feed look like? Was it getting caught on the feed ramp, kind of like nose down, or was it like straight up trying to go into the chamber? Just be curious what they look like to just help kind of diagnose the issue. GP Arms Patriot Rebel versus Bul TAC Pro Comp, or TAC Comp, I'm assuming. I have a preference for the Bul, strong preference for the Bul. Obviously, you can say what you want about me. We all have favorites, and that's my personal favorite. But when I did my top 5 2011s for carry, GP Arms was in the top 5, mostly because it really, really reminds me of Bul Armory. If you were doing like a blind test and you're holding the two and racking the two, the GP Arms just feels like a more rough around the edges Bul Armory. So can't go wrong either way. I have a strong preference for the Bul. I like the grip texture better. I like I think that their porting is more efficient. Obviously the TAC comp with the comp and the port is unique and it's well executed. Really, really hard to beat, if impossible to beat, unless you're shooting another one of those comped and ported guns. I just think that the Bul is the best value for that kind of performance. Thanks for another super chat, Michael. Another one, any new revolver hotness we should be looking at? I was supposed to get the Chiappa Rhino and 44 mag. I was really excited about that. Chiappa has since ghosted me. I think I've left like 4 follow-up emails over the course of the last 6 weeks. Just totally ghosted. So maybe I'll look for one. Not that I've been able to really see them anywhere. Kind of hard to get a hold of. But the 44 mag Chiappa Rhino has my interest. As far as like new hotness coming out, I can't say the Smith & Wesson, what is that? The spec that comes with the Aimpoint Acro. And I think does it have a power port in it too? It's kind of like, was that a gray or a tan finish? I don't remember. I haven't seen it since SHOT Show. I would have been more interested in that if it had a Koa on there instead of the Acro. But like, that's like the thing that came out this year that I think I've gotten the most DMs about is that spec series. 686, 586 tech? Well, I think since it's a lighter color, they went with 686. So, because the 586s are typically blued. So yeah, I don't know. That's about it. Nothing too exciting, at least that I've seen. Titoman, yo Brett, hello from the Philippines. Hello from America. I love my people in the Philippines. Love the Philippines. You guys are awesome. Thanks for tuning in. There were a ton of people at Blackstone. Very fun. I could not believe the turnout at Blackstone. It was insane. It exceeded all expectations. I don't even know if I could tell you how many people were there, but the line was so long outside, and it was just from when we started, I think at 10 a.m. to when it was over at 3 p.m. I think it was just nonstop me meeting people, and it just like it was there was just a torrent. It was just a sea of people that I was meeting. And then it was that last kind of 10 to 15 minutes that I finally got a breather and only a couple more people showed up. But 1, I couldn't believe how many people were there. And 2, I couldn't believe how many people were there to meet me. That was really humbling and kind of strange. But honestly, I just love meeting people. Everyone that follows this channel is just an awesome, honest, kind-hearted person. I think that we've weeded out a lot of other elements here, and I just really appreciate all of you guys. I'm glad that you guys are enjoying the channel. I'm glad you guys are loving Bul Armory as much as I am. They are my favorite. Got a little thing on the screen here. They are my favorite manufacturer right now. And I really want other people, other companies to start putting pressure on Bul as far as the value that you're getting for the features and the performance. But the big thing that separates Bul, and especially hanging out with him for a couple of weeks, is how much shooting and carrying is a part of their culture at the company. You don't see that very often. Usually you get people running it like a company, right? So it's like the guy in, there's a dude in manufacturing or marketing or something that could be at any company making anything or selling anything, and they're just at the firearm manufacturer because it was a job. That is the vast majority of gun companies. People are just there for a job. At a company like Bul, it is like mandatory to be immersed in gun culture, in shooting culture, in concealed carry and carry culture. And that is what elevates their products, I think, above everyone else. And I'm not saying they don't work hard, but it is innate and by extension, a little effortless for them to come up with good ideas and execute on them well, because they're making the stuff that they would want to see as intense enthusiasts. And it just makes sense why I like them so much, because it's like, if you were to take me, multiply me, and put me into a gun company and we're making stuff, the closest I've personally seen is Bul. So yeah, they're crushing it. So glad a lot of people were there. So many people, guys, the event was so cool. They literally lined up almost all of their products at the premium indoor facility at Blackstone. You could go in there and shoot whatever you wanted. You wanted to shoot a Blaze, wanted to shoot a Spitfire, wanted to shoot an ultralight pro. You like pick whatever you want. The Nightwood gun special, which was like the TAC comp. Everyone there came there for the TAC comp. They shot the Nightwood gun special and they're like, this makes no sense. How does this gun, for how lightweight it is and how small it is, shoot really close to this? And I think a lot of people underestimate the difference that bobbed hammer makes, not just for comfort and concealability, but the hammer falls faster. So the gun feels fast. So I think that the Nightwood gun special caught a lot of people off guard that went there for the TAC comp. And that's why the Nightwood gun specials were, boom, gone so fast. Got another super chat here from Herman Little. Appreciate the $10 super chat, man. Thank you. I would love to find a way to get in touch with the gun belt company that you're wearing now to see if I could get a larger size made. DM Agetech on Instagram. You can find them on Instagram. DM them. It's one dude running it. I'm one dude running this channel, and I'm very responsive to people, as responsive as I can be. He's one dude running the company. So you're hearing from him. You're not talking to, some virtual assistant somewhere. So DM him on Instagram. That's your best bet. If you don't hear from him, DMing him, DM me on Instagram and I will forward it to him. But yeah, let me know. Appreciate the $10 super chat though, man. And yeah, I think more options for more people is always a good thing. We got Gonzo saying, hello, everyone. Hello, Gonzo. Glad you can make it here. Who else we got? We got Frager Hoskin. Do you think IWI would come out with a Jericho that's red dot ready? Didn't they? I think they just did. Now, it doesn't look like the old ones. Nothing's going to beat that old school drip that the original 941s had. I even the newer ones that you also can't find anymore didn't have the dog leg slide stop, which was a bit of a bummer. But yeah, I think that IWI did release a red dot ready Jericho. You just don't really see them very often. I think the slide serrations are ugly, not as bad as the new Beretta. Was that the 92 Elite that they're making that has the new serrations that I just do not like? Maybe they're ahead of their time. Personally, I'm not a fan aesthetically of them. I just grabbed my first suppressor. Methinks you should do more hush hush content. Yeah, I probably should. I don't have very many cans. I think I only have 4 cans. So I want like a lightweight titanium can. I'm probably going to get a Cat. That's probably going to be my next can. Have you tried the DPM system with a PDP? Yes. And so I love DPMs in all guns. There are some guns that don't need it as much as other guns. For example, for some reason, the Gen 6 Glocks, tiny bit of performance with the DPM, you're good stock. Same with the 43X, specifically with the Radian Ramjet Afterburner OEM. The OEM has a little more recoil but it has a more aggressive return to zero than the DPM. So I think it's kind of the best all around balance. But PDP, CZs, like the 75 series, and Beretta 92s, for some reason, those guns are elevated so much by a DPM system that it makes an impactful difference. So yeah, the PDP is one of them. Highly recommend their PDP kit. Brett, the Nightwood Edition EDC Pro is one of the sexiest pistols I own and best shooting. My carry rotation has officially ended. Thank you, kind sir. That's awesome. I'm so glad that you are happy with it. That's how I felt with the EDC Pro compact in general, is it just ended my carry rotation. And then when I got the signature gun, the Nightwood Edition, that was even better. I love that bobbed hammer. I love that it falls faster. And I love that it's a little more comfortable when you bend over. It's the only gun. I mean, unless like my bulls are dirty, right? Like right now, my EDC Pro compact, I took the RCR off of that, put it on the Nightwood Special. Now that doesn't have a dot on it. I'm waiting for the Holosun Ames Micro to put that on there. So that is normally my backup gun. But when I was out shooting my Nightwood Special, I still like to carry concealed while I'm shooting stuff. And that doesn't have a dot on it. I threw on my G19 with a Radian Ramjet Afterburner, my Gen 6 Koa. That's the only time. And maybe sometimes I feel spicy and I want to carry a 357 Magnum revolver just for the sake of it. But the Nightwood Edition, 99% of the time, that's what I'm carrying. It, like you said, ended my carry rotation. I'm so glad you like it, man. That's awesome. I knew it was a slam dunk once I got about 1,000 rounds deep into the prototype, that I was just like, this is just absolute slam dunk. People are going to love this thing. When will Bul get more guns on their site? I've been patiently waiting for the TAC comp, but I have others I'll buy instead if they keep having issues keeping guns in stock. I understand the frustration, and I understand that I'm in a unique position just because of the channel that I've built, that I don't run into that problem, because here it is. Like I am an anointed one, which before I made the channel, I would look at people like that and be like, just sitting there just seething. So I get that feeling. I do. Just know that like they're pumping out as many as they can without sacrificing quality control. And that's what it is. They could pump out more and start having problems, but they have a solid reputation for a reason. I feel your frustration. There are more coming. They are quality firearms. It takes a little bit of time to make them. They also have to export them. That takes time. Just know that they are on the way. I don't even know when they're coming, but they are definitely on the way. Let me know what else you're thinking about, and I'll let you know whether or not it's worth waiting, or just getting the other things that you're thinking about. So toss your ideas onto me, and I'll let you know whether or not it's worth being patient. Appreciate the $10 Jay Adorno. Hi, Brett. Got your Bul Armory collab. After carrying for the first time, some spots appeared on the slide, and even after cleaning it, they didn't come out completely. What do you recommend I do? Some spots appeared on the slide. You mean like where? Or like holster wear? If the only advice I can really give you is if you don't want spots to appear on your gun, don't carry it. Keep it as a safe queen. I gave up a long time ago. Once I started really like using my stuff hard, I used to just be an enthusiast and a collector, and I just was enjoying the hobby. And then I started actually running my gear really hard, and that's when I gave up. I actually like it when my stuff gets worn. It gives it character, and it keeps me from selling stuff. It's like, oh, well, I put all these marks on. I have to keep it. It's mine now. I'm the one who put those marks on there. And I like it. And I look at each mark. I'm like, yeah, that happened because I carry that every single day. That happened because I did thousands of holster reps. That's what I do. But let me know what kind of spots you're talking about. Maybe it's something else. But definitely appreciate the $10 super chat. Goes into the ammo pile for upcoming 10mm 45 and revolver caliber videos, like 44 Magnum. I have a few 44 Mag videos coming up. So definitely helping out the ammo budget for the channel. The only difference I can tell between the 1911 government and the SOF is the optic cut. Yeah, I'd have to look. Does it come with a mag well and stuff too? Because that's what I thought. Let's see here. Yeah, it also comes with a mag well, optic cut. Are the sights different on it too? I see it comes with a rail. I'm assuming the checkering is probably the same. It also has the new slide serrations, I'm assuming. Let's see here, Bul. Let's see if I can find one of the older 1911s here. because I have not seen, honestly, I want a Bull Armory 1911. While I was at Blackstone, I saw, what is it, like their, oh man, Gold National, is that what it's called? Or Gold Trophy? There's one of their 1911s like that I just saw it in the case and became obsessed with it. Yeah, so we're looking at new slide serrations. You're looking at a flush fit crowned barrel, and the older 1911s were kind of like the older SAS2s where the bull barrel goes past the slide. So now it's crowned and flush with the slide, new serrations. It has the slide, the lightning cuts, which obviously have ports underneath them on the Pro model. And looks like this sights on the standard model, fiber optic front, and on the ported model is a black, which makes sense. And the magwell. Are those the same style G10 grips, just a different color? It looks like it. Looks like serrations are the same. So yeah, I mean, it comes with a few things. I think the big price increase is going to be the flush crown barrel. That's the one I would go for, though. I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay, I want that SOF Pro. And I'm going to be honest with you, I'm looking at this SOF Pro and I'm not sure, other than like other, let me put it this way. This has now become, I think, my most anticipated gun. I think it flew under the radar for me because I was so excited about the TAC comp. And then obviously like getting a signature gun is one of the coolest things that's ever happened to me in my life. That SOF Pro looks so good. I want it. Thank you for making me want another gun. Awesome. It's a good problem to have, is wanting too many guns. Appreciate another super chat, Michael. Thank you for all the support today. One more. Any tips on getting the slide stop pin in through the barrel link? Yes. Oh, I got you. That's the only thing keeping me from 1911s. Couldn't make it happen on a T-Sauce. Is reassembling a bull easier? No. Reassembling a bull is the same thing as reassembling almost any 1911. Since it doesn't have a, oh man, the sleepy brain is hitting me again. A toolless guide rod. Since the bulls don't have toolless guide rods, at least most of them don't, you have to, put the little tool to capture the recoil spring assembly, which is, comes with the territory of a bull barrel without a toolless guide rod. It's one less part to break, though. I think Kimber has the best design for a toolless guide rod. It seems unbreakable to me. But my barrel link tip for reassembling is obviously let's say you have the complete slide assembly, right? So the barrel's in there and the recoil spring assembly is in there as well, right? And it's no longer captured. It's in there. Everything is at rest. And you have the barrel link down, right? So kind of vertical position down, ready to go. What I will do is I will put my thumb on the recoil spring assembly to hold that barrel link in place while I'm reassembling it. And I will get it on there, obviously finger off the trigger, even the fake gun. I will put it on there and you'll kind of start to feel a little bit of resistance. Then I will take this hand off the gun and I'll move this hand and I will slowly bring it back and you'll feel like a click as it kind of starts to click into place. And then you can see the barrel link in there. And then when you line up the barrel link gently and you're looking through the hole, looking through the barrel link, take your slide stop pin and put it in there at the 6 o'clock position. So the slide stop is 6 o'clock. Just put it in there to capture it. Then what you do is you line up the disassembly notch while the pin is in there at 6 o'clock, lined up with the assembly notch. Then, kind of take it out like 80% of the way so that everything is still captured, but that you can rotate it up. And then you want to put it in straight. You don't want to like sweep it up. You'll get an idiot scratch on your gun. You don't want to, scratch the slide either, but just push it straight in. That's my tip. Probably be easier to show you than to explain it to you, but that is my advice. Either that or have a kid who has firearms as a special interest and have him do it for you when he's like 13, because that's what I did for my dad. We have Florida Sheepdog here. Appreciate the $1 super chat, man. Thank you. If you had something you intended to attach to that, or it didn't show up or it disappeared, pop it down below. I'll keep an eye out for it. And I'm just going to make sure there wasn't anything before that. Not seeing anything. But yeah, feel free to drop, if you wanted to attach something to that, drop it below and I'll respond to it. Otherwise, I just appreciate the support. Thank you. Got a couple more super chats flying in. We got Big Boy. Appreciate the $10 super chat, Big Boy. Thank you very much. Been selling off some guns to focus on ones I actually shoot. We are in that kind of economy right now. For carry, I'm stuck between my Atlas Nyx and Race City RC9. What's your take on focusing on one pistol for mastery versus switching between platforms? I think it depends on what you want to be, right? So people typically separate gun enthusiasts into two categories. One category is the collector, the enthusiast, the guy who just likes shooting a bunch of different guns, likes collecting a bunch of different guns, finds guns interesting, finds different guns interesting, and wants to kind of try everything out and build up a collection of, you know, a diverse cornucopia of firearms. Then you have the dude who trains, right? And that dude has maybe two pistols, and they're both the same pistol. They're both Glock 19s or something. And, you know, one's essentially a spare gun. Like one's a training gun, one's a carry gun, and then you can swap parts if you need to. Nothing is black and white in this world. There's also the gray area. I'm in that gray area, right? Where it's like, I like it. At one point I was all in on the collecting stuff, and I'm like, I'm good enough over here. But then I kind of split the difference. I'm not getting as many guns, not collecting as many guns. I moved away from a lot that were just kind of sitting in the safe that I wasn't like, okay, I have a Glock, I have a Beretta, I just like kind of checking boxes of owning every gun ever made. I'm away from that now. Now I get unique things that I think stick out, that are interesting parts of the collection. And over here, I'm doing all of the hard training activity. So I think it depends on what exactly you want to do. If you want to be in my gray area, then, and you're kind of doing what I did, then first of all, I would keep the Atlas Nyx for sure. As far as focusing on one pistol for mastery, I mean, I think it's a good skill to be able to pick up any gun and shoot it well, but whatever gun you're carrying is the one that you should be absolutely most familiar with. So I don't, only the Sith speak in absolutes. I am not like, focus on this one gun and only shoot it ever. It's just, dude, train with the gun that you carry. I personally, I'm a fan of spare guns. If it's something like an Atlas, obviously that becomes a little more difficult to, I got an Atlas Nyx. I bought a second Atlas Nyx. One's a carry gun, one's a training gun. But I do like that philosophy of having one carry gun, one training gun. That way you're, not ripping 10,000 rounds through your carry gun, and it's time to switch springs. Maybe there's a crack in the MIM ejector that you missed, and it's going to go at 10,001 rounds and you don't know it. I like to have a lower round count carry gun and a higher round count training gun, and they're identical. That way, like, my life could be on the line. I don't want to be driving a car with 300,000 miles on it and going on a road trip, right? It's like, I replaced everything, oil change it, like all that kind of stuff. I've maintained the car, but it's got 300,000 miles on it. Like, maybe you missed something. It's a complex mechanical device. So that is my little tirade that I went on. I would stick with the Atlas Nyx, and that's just my philosophy for like mastery one pistol between switching versus switching between platforms. Words are fun today, folks. So I don't know. Hopefully that helps a little bit. If you have any follow-up questions, feel free to ask. I'm always here to bounce ideas, grow together as a community. Appreciate the $5 super chat. Thank you. Will there be any more collab guns released? Any more Nightwood specials? My understanding is yes. I think more are coming. I do not know when, but do not buy the ones that are being scalped on Gbroker. Be patient. I'm pretty sure more are coming. In fact, I would bet that more are coming. So be patient if you missed out on it. I know it sold out kind of fast. They made a lot from my understanding, and they still went fast. Again, they're pumping out a lot of guns. Just demand is so insanely high for them that, they're not pumping out polymer striker frame guns, right? These are 2011s that are fit well, high performance, with a lot of features that are really good, even if it's not most efficient for manufacturing. So be patient. I'm pretty sure there will be more. Jose, thank you so much. $50 super chat. Everyone give Jose a round of applause for supporting the channel. Really, really appreciate that. It's humbling whenever you drop that. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you. Finally made it to the live. Super proud of the channel for making the EDC pistol and advice, etc. Listen, I'm here to serve, man. Anything that you need, any advice that I can offer. I'm not perfect. I'm somewhat knowledgeable, and I can help out. And if I can't help out, I'll direct you to someone who can. So I'm glad you've been enjoying the channel. I'm glad I've been able to help you out on your journey, even a little bit. And I appreciate the support. Thank you. Glad you're able to make it to the live. Yeah, you've been missing them recently. Michael Grubbs, appreciate another super chat, man. Thank you for the support. Thanks for the tip on the wait list for a silver SOF now. Yeah, so obviously I like silver guns. I like stainless guns. There's something about this black SOF though that's just doing it for me. I almost feel like it's the black SOF and for some reason the silver magwell on there. I'm just really liking that combo. And that like tan or brown G10 grip. I'm just looking at it again. Let's see the silver one. Oh man, the silver one is sharp too though. Ooh, I do like a stainless 1911. Black or silver, folks. Take a vote. Should I get the black or the silver Bul 1911? All right, where were we? Want to catch up with general chat. Everyone, I think everyone's been taken care of in the fast pass line here. Yep. Let's see here. I'm going to start doing shots every time you mention 10 millimeter. Technically, I just mentioned it again. If you only had $600 to spend on an EDC, what are you buying? Probably a Gen 3 Glock 19. I hate to be lame, but they work. Nearly 1,000 rounds to my Nightwood gun EDC without cleaning or lube, and it's been flawless. Never thought I would love a gun more than my Ultralight Pro. Well done. Hector, man, that makes me so happy. Honestly, several people have chimed in now saying how happy they are with the Nightwood Guns signature edition Bul Armory. That is so cool. I'm very confident in the pistol. I knew everyone was going to enjoy it. It's just really cool to hear everybody enjoying it. It makes me really happy because it's my favorite pistol that I've ever owned for a reason, but I knew that it was a slam dunk when I got to shoot it, when I got to see it in person and hold it. I'm like, you know what? Even if I had nothing to do with this, this would just be my gun. Like that's the gun that I would carry and make my entire personality. And it's cool that I was actually in collaboration with Bul Armory able to make that happen. But 1,000 rounds, no cleaning or lube, still running. That mirrors my experience as well. Thanks for your feedback on my question. I'm trying to decide on what Bul Armory to buy for everyday carry. Not sure if the non-ported or ported and comped are much different as far for everyday carry. This is a topic. I'm going to have to do a chapter 2 video, or at least just an updated video on ports and comps for EDC, just because I'm getting so many questions about it now. It's a bummer that my video that I put all that work into got limited visibility and demonetized for literally no reason whatsoever. But my blanket recommendation for an EDC gun is no ports, no comp. The reason for that is I don't know what everyone's experience or skill level is, and you cannot go wrong with that, right? Now, if you are more experienced and you've been around the block, so to speak, then you can start considering ported and comped guns. The reason I say that is because they're introducing a new variable to the gun outside of pull trigger, bullet comes out, right? Now you pull trigger, bullet comes out, and shit flies out of the ports, and the comp is, reducing slide velocity, stuff like that, right? So you have to be willing to, for a comped gun, vet the gun for reliability with the comp, because comps can complicate things. The Radian Ramjet Afterburner has probably been the most consistently reliable attachable comp that I have run across. Not to say they've been without issues. Like I've seen some people with issues, but for the most part, vast majority of people have no issues with the Ramjet Afterburner from Radian. Other than that, it's the kind of like monoblock island comp type compensators that typically run really well, mostly because the company's making them know what they're doing. They do make a noticeable difference in muzzle rise and recoil impulse. They are an advantage, but it's an advantage that kind of two ends of the bell curve really experience a meaningful change with. You have absolute beginners who've never shot a gun before. You give them a ported or a comped gun, they're typically going to shoot it better because it has less recoil. Just kind of makes sense, right? It's why, brand new beginners, you start them with a 22 because there's no violent recoil impulse happening in their hands. There's nothing to cause or induce a flinch. When you're shooting a comped or ported 9mm, it's somewhat similar, right? It's you take something that I'll even do is I'll have someone shoot like a stock Glock 19, and then I'll take them over to the Staccato XC or the Bul Armory TAC Comp. And it's almost like a relief. It's like, wow, this thing is so much better. And they can shoot it with more confidence. They can focus more on the fundamentals since it has less recoil. And then they can transfer it over to a gun that has more recoil, more muzzle rise. Then you have the people on the other end of the bell curve that are extremely experienced, that can squeeze that little bit of performance out of, like, a Formula One car, right? They can actually take that little bit of performance and get a little bit of gain. And since they're at such a high level, that gain from, let's say, 95% to 96% is huge. It's, you can get to 80% just fine. And then every percent after 80% in performance is fighting hard. So then you have the kind of the people in the middle that, like, they're kind of squared away and they kind of have more work to do. That, yeah, the ported and comped guns are going to feel better for them, but really it doesn't matter all that much. So what I'm trying to say here is my blanket recommendation is no ports and no comp, because it works well for everyone. As long as you get training, or you train yourself and you can shoot well with the non-comp, non-ported gun. Everyone should be able to do that, unless you're disabled. That's when this becomes a different conversation, is making it easier for people who are disabled, arthritic, that kind of stuff, to shoot well, which maybe a smaller caliber is the answer for them anyway. But a ported gun EDC is going to launch spalling out of the ports. If you're shooting quality ammunition and the ports have been done correctly, there's not going to be a lot of spalling. So for example, shooting my Federal HST 124 plus Ps through one of my Bull Armory pistols, the porting is done well. I'm shooting quality ammunition. You will get 1 to 3 flakes of spalling coming out of those ports that would go deep enough into your eyeball to potentially permanently damage your eyesight. I personally bank on the fact that the 1 to 3 flakes of spalling coming out of that porting is not going to go into my eyeball, and that I will be able to cant the pistol away from me if I need to shoot with the gun anywhere near my face. That's what I'm banking on, for the advantage of I can squeeze a little bit more performance out of a ported gun. Easier for me to maintain accuracy while shooting extremely fast splits if a situation calls for it. That's my personal philosophy. Not saying that's best for everyone. It might even be dumb. I don't know. It's what I think is smartest for me. Comped guns, very much the same thing, just having to vet it for reliability. I've seen more issues with reliability with comps than I have with ports. So comps, specifically with limp wrist induced malfunctions, is something that I would test for. It just depends. Ask yourself honestly what your skill level is. That's what I would say, because you need to square away your fundamentals and your shooting technique to be able to shoot proficiently before you should really even think about ported or comped guns, unless you just like it and it's America and you can get whatever you want. Then I say go for it. Getting down from my soapbox. From Jay Dorno, hi again. Just to clarify, I'm referring to brown tea staining on the raw stainless slide. It didn't come off after cleaning. Brown tea staining. So that might just be, like if you're carrying the gun, first of all, where do you live? Is it humid? And number 2, are you sweating all over the gun? Because that's something that's going to happen with stainless guns that don't have a finish. So for example, black guns with a PVD or DLC finish, depending on the manufacturer, or even something like Cerakote, protects a gun from corrosion. But if you're carrying a gun and there's a lot of moisture and you're sweating on it and you live in a humid state or country, then it's going to be more susceptible to rusting. In which case, what I always recommend, and what I personally do on my stainless guns, is I will treat them with a product called Eezox, EEZOX, in order to protect the raw stainless slide. Because like, I live in Arizona. It was 109 degrees in the shade yesterday. I was out at the range dying. And I was just it was a waterfall of sweat going into my gun and into my holster. The first thing I did is I knew I sweated on the gun. When I got home, I cleaned, I got some M Pro 7, squirted on a cleaning patch, and just cleaned off the sweat where it was so that it wouldn't corrode. But if you treat a gun with Eezox, the Eezox it's technically an oil, but it is the best rust preventative that I've found for firearms. It actually penetrates the steel and will protect it long term. So I only treat my guns with Eezox, the guns that I know I'm going to sweat buckets all over. I'll only treat them with Eezox, a few times a year, and then it's fine. Just be aware, if you're married, your wife will hate the smell of Eezox. So you need to have a place, because it's good to let the Eezox sit on it for a while. So keep it in the garage for let it sit for a few hours in the garage. Don't leave it in the house, or else you're going to get in trouble. But that is my advice. raw stainless will always be at more of a risk of corrosion than coated steel. Hopefully that helps. I just got the P211 GTO and I love it. How much of a difference am I missing between thin and the higher 5,000 and up guns? Between this and the higher 5,000 and up guns. So the biggest difference is going to be fit and finish and build quality. I can tell you that I don't hear of many issues with the P211 GTO. I also would imagine, based on the typical SIG buyer, there's not a lot of rounds going through them. I think SIG counts on that. But as far as the GTO goes, I have received probably, I get a lot of DMs, I get a lot of comments. I'm going to guess 10 people since it came out have messaged me about broken parts on the gun. It's just that the good old Indian MIM part situation, or not even necessarily MIM. Just it's like you even look at that T-Sauce had a bad run of 1911 slides that are forged that were just snapping in half because of improper heat treat. So again, SIG's pumping out a huge, overwhelming volume of guns. That's the thing, is people look at the SIG P211 GTO and they look at Bull Armory and like, Bull Armory's always out of stock. SIG's got an infinite amount of these. Sacrifices have to be made when you're punching out a massive volume of something like that. So build quality and fit and finish are going to be the big differences. But if you vetted yours for reliability, as far as performance goes, it's going to be pretty close. The ammo pointed up, added some hops gun oil at 900, and it ran smooth for the last 100 rounds. Otherwise, I'm looking forward to taking out again soon. Yeah, keep it oiled. And let me know how it goes in the future. So now that you've oiled it up and it's running well, let me know how that continues. If it continues to have those like round pointed up malfunctions, the thing that I would start looking at would be probably the magazines. But like if the magazines are running 124s and 115s fine, and like other brands of 147s fine, then yeah, the Blazer 147s are probably just wimpy and the gun was probably dry and dirty. So a little bit of oil was working to your advantage there, it sounds like. Just pretty typical of 1911s. From Michael, 686 7-shot with a PowerPoint and weird comp cylinder release. Yeah, was that the Hogue like speed release on that spec series? Yep. I just got the P211 GTO Equinox, and I'm loving how it shoots and everything. Next, I want the Nightwood Bull, but I'm really missing a lot. But am I really missing a lot between the GTO and the higher end 2011s? Yeah, obviously, I just pretty much talked about that. Brett, have you ever done in-person consultations with people interested in picking what guns to buy? That's always been my dream. If you can find a way for me to consistently do that, let me know. I would love that. To just sit there and just tell people, like recommend guns to people. No, I have not done that, but yes, I would absolutely do that. Man, if I could just sit around with millionaires all day and consult them on what firearms to buy, that'd be pretty cool. Bad shooters with Brock session. For the Canic Radiant, have you compared that to a SIG P365 with the Ramjet Afterburner? I haven't compared them side by side, but like obviously I have shot and reviewed both of them. It's, I would say it's too close to call. If you were forcing me to make a decision between the two, I obviously prefer the design of the Canic to the SIG just because of the design of the trigger bar spring on the P365 family of pistols. I don't like how it randomly breaks somewhere between 200 rounds and 12,000 rounds. It's a guarantee and it's a surprise when it happens. But I think the Radiant Ramjet Afterburner specifically might shoot a little bit better on the SIG than it does the Canic. But again, it's splitting hairs. It's really close. And I don't think it's so much more the Radiant Ramjet Afterburner that's doing it, but I think it's the design and ergos of the individual pistols. There is more gun over the top of your hand with the Canic than there is with the SIG. There's less reciprocating mass, and even like the frame on the Canic. There's like, you're holding the Canic in the grip and you got like a little bit of frame here and you got a lot of bit of slide up here, versus the P365. It's like the slide is right there. So less leverage over the top of your hand as the gun reciprocates. So that's probably the reason I'd give the edge shootability-wise to the P365. Long-winded tonight. I feel like you say that every time. I don't know what you expected when you came here. To clarify, I'm not angry with you. I'm also joking. What's up, Nightwood? Good to see you, man. Good to see you too. Glad you're able to make it. We got Hello Son Josh in the house. I don't know how long ago this was. If you're still here. Oh, was it? I don't know. Oof, man. Lots of comments tonight. It was a little bit ago. Promax is headed out to you next week. Hope you and the family have been well. First of all, Hello Son Josh is a real one. Talk about completely having a 180 on a company just because of good people who are there and just like, that there's an advocate for the consumer in the company. But super excited about the Pro Max. It's probably going to go on my Blaze. Josh is also a Blaze homie. He's in the Blaze club. But yeah, probably going to go on the Blaze. I feel like that'd be a really good match. But super stoked about that. And man, we are all waiting patiently for the Ames Micro. So best of luck getting that out to market, because I think the demand that's out there for it. Thank you for asking about me and the family. This is the best we've been doing in probably the last year and a half. So things are finally starting to turn around. So appreciate you checking in, man. Thank you. MJK Arms, what is the best recoil spring for the TAC comp? The one that comes in it. What target stands do you recommend? Ooh, that's a good question. I bought mine years ago. I don't even remember what they are. I ordered them on Amazon and they're fine. They just hold the, 1x2 sticks that I'm also super lazy replacing those. But yeah, is it Caldwell? Like, I'd hate to be lame and be the dude using Caldwell target stands, but I got them 3 years ago when I started taking the channel seriously. That's what I got. I don't know. I also have my steel target is from Mr. Target. That's okay. I'm not going to say it's janky, but the design is a little weird. It's easy up and easy down, which I appreciate. But like I have like, was that D zone steel or C zone steel? And it's like got this tiny little steel peg at the bottom that you have to line up in the target stand. But target's holding up well. Stand is holding up well. I got to say that I like that. This is really weird. I reached out to them for like a sponsorship, like, hey, you want to send some targets to the channel? And they were like, yeah, sure. Sounds great. And they were another company that just ghosted me. So then they were local to me. I just drove down there, didn't even tell them who I was, and just bought a target. And I use it. I could have been plugging them in videos this whole time, but I don't know. Hey, Brett, is there or will there be a DPM kit for the Kimber CDS9? Thanks. That's a good question. Let's find out together. DPM. I'm not kidding you. This is probably 90% of what I do with comments and DMs is I Google things for people. I don't mind. Some people, it can be difficult for some people, and that's okay. So yes, there is not one for the CDS9. As far as one coming, my best recommendation to you is to email DPM Systems. I think you will be very surprised at how receptive they will be when you email them. So email them. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised and you'll be happy. If you would have to pick RCR or RMR HD for EDC, I have picked the RCR. I wish the RCR had the front-facing auto brightness that the RMR HD had. That would make the RCR much better. I will say the RCR is really bulky for what it is, for a reason. The thing is bomb-proof. Window's an acceptable size. Doesn't hold me back at all. Not that that should really be an issue. I shot an RMR for years. But my big thing is I'm just an enclosed emitter guy for concealed carry now. I got so sick of blowing out pocket lint from open emitters. I'm just going closed emitter. I'm just going to wipe it with my shirt. So I will say this. There was a straw that broke the camel's back when I decided to start carrying a closed emitter. I was wearing like an athletic golf polo that was kind of sheer, breathable. And we started to have this weird like summer rain, and the rain went through my shirt into my dot appendix carry. And when I got into the car, it's like I could feel it, and I looked in there, and the entire screen was just red. The water just completely, like, it's like I would be better off not having a dot on the gun than an open emitter in the rain. Now, I always thought like the odds of me getting into a gunfight in the rain are like beyond lightning strike. It's like meteor falling on your head odds. It's like a Cthulhu monster appearing at the sea and mind controlling everyone odds. But what I didn't account for is rain going through my shirt and then me having to deal with that all day. Cause then I'm like trying to wipe it out with my shirt and just smearing it. I'm like, nah, I'm just going to get an enclosed emitter. It's one of those things where like Japan has like a poison gas attack on a subway and they're like, okay, every subway we're going to have an emergency feature for filtering out the air now that it happened one time. That was kind of my philosophy is like, well, now that this has happened, I guess I'm running closed emitters for the rest of my life. So that's my personal philosophy. I do love the RMR HD. And I carry obviously my Bul Armory. RMR HD has a little bit of overhang, and I'm paranoid about overhang ever since I saw it happen. Not to me, but I saw it happen to someone else at a range in person on a staccato. I was like, oh, now that I've seen it happen one time, I'm never going to have overhang on my carry gun. So that's my philosophy. What else we got? SOF Pro weight will make it easy to shoot. We'll need a shoulder holster. Dude, I'm on board for shoulder holsters. Get a Miami Classic and just muzzle everybody. I'm here for it. I like to live dangerously. I would rather wait 9 months for a quality piece than rush them and have issues. See, that's the camp that I'm into. Hey, Brett, what are your thoughts on the Echelon? Compared an Echelon 4-inch comp to a Glock 19 Gen 6 at the range and was underwhelmed by the Echelon's performance despite having a better trigger and comp. We park our cars in the same garage, my friend. I don't think the Echelon is a bad gun at all. I think the Echelon 4-inch comp is a good gun. Glocks just, I hate to say it, as far as recoil impulse goes, typically shoot better than most other striker guns. It just kind of is what it is. But I do agree with you. I would take a Glock 19 Gen 6 over a Springfield Echelon 4-inch comp. I would also like to take this moment to remind everybody about Springfield getting busted years ago, subverting the Second Amendment in Illinois with Rock River Arms, manufacturers of AR-15s. A lot of people joined this hobby, more than a hobby, this culture in 2020. So they weren't really aware of what happened there. I just like to remind everyone that that happened because when you actually start to go searching for this, you'll find some articles on gun websites. And when you click on it, you'll get a 404 error. So it's like the cover up was real when that happened. They slung a lot of money around on earning goodwill back and making that disappear. So I'm not saying that Springfield is bad company now. I'm not saying that they didn't change their mind. I'm not saying that they don't regret it. What I am saying is they got caught, and an elephant never forgets. We have another $5 super chat from Michael. Thank you again for the support, man. That's awesome. You say that now, but I figured the odds of hearing you do Mickey Mouse voice on the stream were pretty high too. Yeah. Oh, gonna have to look. There you go. That's just for you. Yeah. If people don't know, I'm weirdly good at voices and accents. I should probably do them more often. It always makes for a good party trick. Let's see here. What else we got? We've got just offloaded. Oh, also for Michael, we just offloaded a couple of revolvers, so I have time to save for the rest of the SOF. Getting the silver in case I idiot mark it. Yeah. Yo, also Josh, can everybody here get a Pro Max, please? Pro Max is all around. I heard the Rideout Arsenal guys are moving their facilities elsewhere. Could slow down production of the Dragon. Yeah, lots of Dragon drama going around recently. Yep, I think we talked about that. Gone are the days of nickel-plated guns. Trust me, I'm just as sad as you are. I loved a good nickel-plated gun up until you had it forever and it got a bunch of micro scratches on it, and then you had to polish it up. Also, fingerprints. Got to keep that thing polished up. Do you know how many Nightwood EDC they're making? Thanks for all you do. I do not know how many they're making. I know that they are making, what I was told is it's more than you think, but it's not a whole lot, right? So it's not thousands, but yeah, they're making a lot. They're making more. Let me put it this way. Just talking to people in DMs and comments, they made more than I thought they were going to make. And they still sold out really fast. I'm surprised how many people, and people will send me like their serial numbers that they got, which I guess at least I'm trustworthy, but they're sending me like, I got, number 18, or I got number 56, or I got number 124, or I got number 289, or I got number 312. So it's like, I'm seeing I'm starting to see, I'm waiting to see the highest number and the lowest number people got. I think the lowest number I've seen, is it 18? I'd have to go through my DMs, but it's pretty cool. Like, gotta catch them all. One of these days, someone will develop a slide flush suppressor to make handguns tolerable to use for EDC. I think that would be a really cool advancement in technology, basically reducing the report of a pistol. Because, you know, obviously if it's an EDC pistol, like, you are going to experience some level of permanent hearing damage. Is it going to be a big deal? No. Is it going to be the end of the world? No. But like, if we could just reduce that, like right now, I think that there's probably a push against that, just because firearm reports are a great way for law enforcement to respond to gunfire. That could also be used to a civilian's disadvantage in a dystopian setting, right? Or if law enforcement decides to work against the civilian populace, that I could see that rare lightning strike of a dystopian future. But I think protecting everyone's hearing would be really awesome, because that's the thing, is even you think about home defense, everyone recommends shotguns for home defense. Like, dude, if you're rocking, you know, double-aught buck indoors, especially I have a Benelli M4 entry, like, that thing is loud. It's probably one of the loudest guns I have. Was that 14-inch barrel, just ripping, you know, 2 3/4 inch double-aught buck shot, just boom. You would probably be at least kind of okay behind the gun, but man, rip your family and your pets, man. I love, and also think about this. If you're getting carjacked, you have to shoot inside your car like that. I would love to be able to reduce the report of your EDC pistols. I love the smell of Ezox in the morning. Yeah, dude, it grows on you. It also makes you feel kind of funny and tickly inside. Kimber 2K11 Pro Comp optic recommendation. What do you want to do with it? I will ask you that, and I will see you further down in the comments. What do you want to do with it? Carry gun, home defense gun, competition gun, range toy? What do you want to do with it? Add your 43X to this combo. What about my 40? Oh, probably the Canic Radian, the P365 Radian, the Glock Radian. Yeah, the Glock, they're all like splitting hairs. I would almost argue that the Radian Ramjet Afterburner for the 43X is the least efficient of the three. But I've noticed the Glock 43X has a more aggressive return to zero. So it's a trade-off, right? Like a little more impulse, but man, it's faster back. And the Grit Grips frame is what elevates that gun above the other two. I'd put the 43X with the Radian Ramjet Afterburner above the Canic and the SIG P365, specifically with the Grit Grips grip. The texture and the angle makes it, I don't know, just it elevates it to the next level. It cranks it from 10 to 11. It just makes it, sorry, it just makes it a better shooter for sure. Oh man, I'm glad you're able to make it to chat, man. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Always appreciate the support. If you wanted to attach something to this, I will look out for it down below. You know, I'm always here to answer your questions, even without a super chat, man. You've been such a huge supporter of the channel. Always appreciate you, and glad you're able to make it to the live. But I will keep an eye out for a comment from you. Let's see here. Where are we at now? Brett, what's up? Celebrate with us New Jersey people. Looks like the 10-round mag limit is overturned, not totally official yet, and the assault weapons banned too, which is less of a big deal, I guess. Exciting times. Yeah, my fam, you guys in New Jersey, you had a rough go of it. Especially, like, the worst thing is you get caught carrying without a permit. It's a felony. Normally it's a misdemeanor in most states, so it's like, oops, got caught carrying. Oh well. But I'm glad to see that you guys are finally getting some of your freedoms back. Hopefully you can keep carrying this momentum forward. Because man, New Jersey, all you guys there are so damn American, and you're not treated like it by your state government. So I'm glad to see you guys getting some freedom back. 89 in here and only 28 likes. Hit the thumbs up button. Yeah, everybody who's here, hit that thumbs up button right now, because like a lot of people don't get notifications just because of the nature of the channel, and it's not typically suggested on people's feeds because of the nature of the channel. And also it's Friday, which is a rough day for going live anyway. So if you can help out by hitting the like button to maybe get a few more people in here, that is always appreciated. I'm doing my part. I'm thinking of a GTO A since they are available instead of waiting for the TAC Comp. I have a Bul TAC Pro now. How does the SIG compare to the TAC Comp and the TAC Pro respectively? TAC Comp blows it out of the water. TAC Pro, still a little better. I will tell you that if you want to invest in a quality firearm, the Bul is worth the wait. The SIGs are not going anywhere. There's going to be an overabundance of those SIGs floating around with the rate that they're pumping those out. And can't wait for you to collab with Ramjet for the M&P. Man, everybody DM Radian right now. You want to see a collab with Nightwood Guns. But yeah, I would love it if they made an M&P Ramjet afterburner. I think the engineering on that is probably just really challenging, and that's why they haven't made it yet. I'm sure that there are some hiccups in the development of that. That's the only thing that really makes sense to me. Getting a spam call. It's election season here. Ayo, there he is. What's up? What's up, HR Puff and stuff? Good to see you, man. I was literally thinking today about when you would be doing a live again. I was not informed of your presence. See, this is what I was talking about, guys. People aren't getting notifications. It is what it is. It seems like a lot of people will see it and watch the replay. Like right now, I see 86 people in here. This will get, a few thousand people will watch the replay on this. That's just kind of the nature of the beast. Would the answer to a first-time gun owner's first gun... Hold on. Would the answer to a first-time gun owner's first gun a Glock to set them up for success, or is it more nuanced because of the myriad of choices consumers have now? I think about this often. The reason I still recommend Glock is because with a new shooter who is like he's never touched a gun before, the consistency of quality control with Glocks is spot on, right? The trigger is also not so light that an inexperienced person will typically hurt themselves. Although I just saw another person, what's his channel? Someone here will know his channel name. Just blew off one of his balls and shot right through his wiener at a training course with a Glock 23. Poor guy. Saw his video today. I think it went live 2 days ago. I feel so bad for him. Sounds like on the unholster, he put one right through the bad spot. But for the most part, as far like it's a simple gun to understand, simple gun to teach people safety on, because you pull the trigger, it goes bang. There's nothing else. You don't have to worry about a grip safety or manual safety. You don't have to worry about explaining double action and single action. It's just drive home firearm safety and fundamentals on a striker fire pistol. And it just so happens that Glocks have the best consistency and quality control. You don't want to get a new shooter and they take it out to the range and they're having problems and it's frustrating. Now they're having a bad experience and they don't want to deal with it and they have to deal with it. And it's just, I'd rather them just get buy the Toyota for the first gun and just run the Toyota. That's kind of where I'm at. And not only that, just the track record that Glock has. So that's why it's still my recommendation. And then as they get more familiar with it, and maybe they want something different, maybe they're like, man, the Springfield XD with the grip zone is just everything I've ever wanted in a gun. It fits my hand. Have at it. But I still do believe that Glock is an excellent choice for a first pistol, because like try explaining the P365 trigger bar spring to someone who's never touched a gun before. It's like, hi, there's this, like, imagine buying a car and you're like, hey, just to let you know, somewhere between like 200 miles and 200,000 miles, your wheels are literally going to fly off of the car while you're on the freeway. So better like replace them at different intervals. We don't know when, but they're like, I don't even want a car anymore. So that's why I think that for new people, Glocks are just the easy recommend. I'm not saying there aren't other options. I'm just saying that's what I recommend. Good question. Let's see here. Talk amongst yourselves while I find where we were. There we go. I did figure that after buying and shooting a Bul, I'd want another. I think I'm going to try for an ultralight or an EDC compact in the next few years. Yeah, can't go wrong either way. There's no wrong answer when it comes to Bul Armory. Clearly, I'm a fan of the EDC compact. I prefer the commander length barrel with the compact grip. I think just objectively, it shoots noticeably better, but nothing beats that like snub nose Saturday Night Special futuristic cyber gun look of the Bul Armory ultralight. Like that's the reason I like that gun. Ground fog with a wave. Good to see you, man. Glad you're able to make it. As a California native, I wish more people helped us fight back against unconstitutional laws because what happens here will get exported to a state near you soon. Yes, your state becomes bad. Your people then move somewhere else and then vote for people who make that state bad. That is that's how it goes. And not only that, it's the states that are already bad, right? Like you see chain reactions. It's like Washington, Virginia, like it starts spreading. It is this virus that spreads. Is one state will do it and they're like, hey, they got away with it over there. I think we could probably do it here. And they do it over there and then it just spreads. Luckily, it's spreading more in our favor as far as gun rights go than it is the other way. Like we're losing a few of these states that have been like so far radicalized against guns that like we're losing a couple states here and there that used to not be so bad. RIP Virginia. Sorry, guys. But as my homie from New Jersey said earlier, we're starting to see progress the other way too. So that's the thing is it's a constant strike, constant struggle, constant fight, and can't get complacent and have to get involved in at least some way. From Rich, what's up, dude? Range gun, hopefully one day competition once my knee heals up would be a new adventure for me. I'm assuming you're that's the Kimber 2K11, what optic you wanted. If it's a range gun and maybe one day a competition gun, get the Hollow Sun 507 comp. Easy answer. I've been looking at a Lou Horton Smith & Wesson lately thanks to you. My wallet won't be happy. First of all, I am so sorry that I put that in your head. Second of all, my man. Oh, man. Which Lou Horton are you looking at? I absolutely have to know. Have you seen footage of a Franken-build Glock with the Trigger Tech Ace trigger ADing in the air? Guy was running Metgar mags too. Yeah, I saw that. I was at a competition, right? That's what happened. This, again, guy, like, you know, I like modifying products, right? Like I like the Radiant Ramjet Afterburner. I like the grips. You know, like I talk about all this stuff. But if you're going to change anything on your gun, you have to thoroughly vet it for reliability. And the more stuff you change, the higher the likelihood of something going wrong, whether that be malfunctions or something like this. There are so many variables in play. That is why I run Johnny Glock's triggers in my Glocks, because he is taking specifically the combat trigger, because he's taking OEM parts and polishing them up, slightly altering the geometry. But there are so many agencies, so many law enforcement agencies that approve Johnny Glock's triggers for duty. So, and the rigorous safety testing that he does, especially on those combat triggers that have been around for a long time, you know what you're getting. So there's a reason I run Johnny Glocks in my guns, and I'm not running something like that. I use Ballistol as rust prohibitive, works well in sticky Florida. Yeah, Ballistol is great. Ballistol is that's the Hickok 45 classic. Everyone loves Ballistol. Can't go wrong with that. Oh, if you haven't seen the new Keltec ad for the sub SDP, it's hilarious. Their marketing department has been great this year. Yeah, the alien invasion, the meteor crashing down, the little cheeky thing about he starts to shoulder the brace, like, no, it's a pistol. And then he holds it out like a pistol. Props to Keltec. I've been saying that companies need to start doing stuff like that for a long time. And it's never been easier to do that. And Keltec is hopping on board. And it's clearly only a positive reception. They are embracing what gun culture, what really drives gun culture, right? Which is popular culture, which is, you know, it's like people play video games, people watch movies, people watch TV shows, and they want guns, right? It's like, okay, well, what if you made that your advertising? Like right from the source, you create your own parody. Like is absolutely brilliant. Like 2 thumbs up to the Keltec guys. They crushed it. And plus the gun itself looks kind of fun. So sup youngins from Dan the Wolfman. Good to see you here, my friend. Best recoil spring for the TAC comp for 115 grain, the one that comes in it. What's your current favorite EDC holster? Tier 1 concealed Axis Elite. Kenji, you're here, man. Hey, better late than never, right? Glad you were able to make it. Honestly, Radiant should just sell M&P slides first and then the Radiant Afterburner, because Smith & Wesson QC is whack. Radiant, are you here? There's your idea. I'm in the same boat, patiently waiting to decide which first 9mm. Agreed, Glock is just so reliably simple. Yeah, and that's the other thing about Glock is if you can literally watch about 13 minutes of YouTube videos, and you may as well be a Glock armorer. They are the easiest guns to work on at the gunsmithing level by far. It's just such a simple design that you literally take it all the way apart one time, put it all the way back together one time. You got it for life. That's how easy it is. You just need a Glock tool, done. And like, obviously you could use something else too, but the Glock tool is just kind of a handy thing. So that's another reason to do it, is you can literally replace any part in there effortlessly on the fly as long as you have a Glock tool. And you could probably makeshift something if you didn't have one. I was able to get my dad to change his opinion on Glocks just by getting him to finally change his grip. Yeah. My dad was very much the same way for a long time. I can't shoot Glocks shit. And then eventually just changed his grip. And then he literally carried a Glock, because he was carrying 1911s for a long, long time. Then started to see the advantages of a Glock, that it's like, okay, you don't have to keep it oiled. And, obviously extremely reliable, easy and simple to work on. You don't have to feel bad if it goes bye-bye, if it gets, dinged up, scratched up, all that kind of stuff. And it was changing his grip that ended up doing it, which, man, he fought, he's stubborn, but now he is carrying the Nightwood Gun Special from Bul Armory. And there's kind of no going back from that one, unfortunately. Once you have that, kind of, it ends your carry rotation for a reason. I appreciate the $2 super chat, Terrence. Thoughts on the Henry Supreme? Ugh. Yes, I know exactly what that is as a professional gun tuber. Henry Supreme. What is this? Oh, yeah, I've seen this. What are my thoughts on it? Do you want to be the guinea pig? No, I wouldn't trust it, but it looks special. It looks very special. I think that it has the potential to be very quiet. Glock, keep it simple, stupid. Yeah, that's the thing, is it's always the safe bet. And why wouldn't you go safe bet when your life is on the line? Northwind Aerial. Yeah, so everybody go over to Northwind Aerial's channel and just show the poor guy some love. Like, it's just a reminder that guns are dangerous and that shit can happen. And I'm a believer in learning from other people's mistakes. And let's just all take that as a reminder that every time you put your gun on, you are putting something very dangerous onto your body, and to act accordingly. But feel really bad for him. Hopefully he's healing up well. Wow. Left California last year. Arizona is home now. Freedom. Glad to have you here, man. Vote for gun rights. Lobby for gun rights. Let's keep this a gun state. I hope Supreme Court knocks out PICA for Illinois and knocks out other AR bans too. 100%. Again, we're getting a lot of wins in our direction. More wins than anti-gun side is. Thanks, Kenji. We'll watch later and be horrified. Yeah, dude, it is. So if you're just now joining, Northwind Aerial unfortunately put a round through his wiener and blew off one of his special balls. And it wasn't even on the reholster. He was drawing, and kaboom. And for some reason, I guess just really unlucky that day, he brought his carry ammo to shoot for the training course that he was in. So he put a 40 Smith & Wesson jacketed hollow point through his wiener and his ball. And we should all, the only thing that we can do is learn from it. Moment of silence for his ball. We learned oh so well in Virginia. One bad election brings sweeping changes, but we are fighting back hard. Do not think they realize what a hornet's nest they stirred up. Yes, I hope so. I hope so. And especially, like, more and more people on the left are becoming gun people too. Like, this should stop being a political issue. I'm all for modifying handguns as long as it has a large sample size to prove it's reliable. I also agree with that. And that's the thing, is, like, obviously I test everything myself. I'm also keeping an eye on what other people are doing too. And like, I'm looking at forums and stuff like that, and just be like, okay, has anyone had an issue? What was it? And how many times can I find that it's popped up? And how long has this product been out for before I absolutely trust my life with it? I won't even change my trigger on any of my EDCs. Call me paranoid. Dude, nothing wrong with that. You will never get any hate from me on that. If anyone is doing innovative handguns, it's the Europeans that's doing something interesting. The ammo count reader is kind of cool. Yeah, I think that we're being nerfed as far as advancements in firearm technology, at least for civilians, by NFA. I'm sorry, we should have 2-round burst pistols by now. Brr, brr, brr. What do you think of the new Staccato P4X, and is it worth it over a P? I recommend you watch my C4X video. There's a reason I didn't do a P4X video. Watch my C4X video. My thoughts are identical. It's the same. It's the same review, which is why I didn't do it again. I had no interest in doing a P4X video because I already did it. So do I think it's worth it? Personally, no. I mean, I'm not going to drop like $4,000 on that. Like, are you kidding? No. Series 80 trigger that's inconsistent. Like, one will be good, one will be okay, most will be okay, a couple will be bad. Also, I see, again, this is just my perception, what I've seen and what people DM me and show me. As far as expensive 2011s go, I see more problems with the HD line of Staccatos than I do anything else in that price range. So no, I like the legacy models of Staccato. They are moving in a direction that does not interest me. And that is why, like, I love Staccato. And then Bull Armory reached out. Well, first of all, I found Bull Armory and I was like, holy crap, this is great. And Bull Armory was like, if you think that's good, wait till you see what we have coming. And it's Bull's moving in the direction that I like. Staccato's moving in a different direction. That's not for me. And that's okay. And the people that it is for, that's awesome. I'm glad they're happy. Just not for me. I will say that the metal grip that Staccato showed off for the HDs at SHOT Show definitely has my interest. That thing felt great. And the shielded safeties. So they are making some things that interest me. Just it's the HD line in general where I'm like, okay, yeah, you know what every 1911 guy wanted, but we'd, pray at night before we went to bed. We wanted 1911s to be more like Glocks. I don't know. Showcased Smith 3rd gens tonight and tomorrow. Show how to break left and break right in an ambush or versus knife attack after. First pistols I'd recommend RXM and TX22 and ammo, then a macro size. I will say this. I did have a family friend or a family member of a friend that came to me looking for their first 9mm pistol. They couldn't quite afford a Glock, but they could afford an RXM, and that was a no-brainer for me. So I'm glad you brought that up. RXM, not a bad option. TX22, as far as a plinker to learn fundamentals on, not bad. That poor dude, it took balls to share his story. It's his entire comment section. I'm looking at the Lou Horton 29-3 and 44 mag. I have a fantasy of having it on my hip while I hunt with a 44 Magnum lever action. The ammo compatibility makes me happy, LOL. I wish so badly that I could open up that safe right there and show you my Lou Horton 29-3 and 44 Magnum. But I'm not allowed to. I would love to. There's nothing I would love to do more than show that to you right now. We have... Oh, how did this one fly under my radar? Appreciate the $2 super chat, Michael. More support is always appreciated. Seriously, thanks. Best thing about a Glock? No effing barrel link. Yeah, that's the thing. It's simple all around. Someone else said it. Keep it simple, stupid. Brett, would you do a pistol RFT video? RFT, man. It's time for me to sign off for the night. FRT video for fun, or is it not worth it due to the legal ambiguity? Oh, I would do it. I just... I don't know. I kind of just let my own interests steer the channel. If I think a video will get a lot of views, I will also do it if I'm also interested in it. Like reviewing the new hotness is always, well, typically gets a lot of views, but the legal ambiguity doesn't bother me. The thing that bothers me is having YouTube change their mind a year from now and start taking down videos, like what happened with people putting cans on their guns. That's what the only thing holding me back. If YouTube were not the way it were, I would have a lot of class 3 stuff on the channel because I'm lucky enough to have a lot of friends in this space that have access to that kind of stuff. I have probably like 3 friends that have FFL SOTs that have a lot of really cool stuff. And if I was in the wrong place at the wrong time making this channel when I did, because if in the good old days of FPS Russia, this channel would be different. And this is actually a decent segue. I'll get to everyone else's comments here in a minute of what this live was titled, like the absolute state of Guntube. Is anybody else kind of bored on here? Or is it just me? Because part of me is wondering how much of it is just fatigue, right? And how much of it is YouTube actually just messing with the algorithms and just showing boring stuff, or just not recommending gun stuff at all. So we're just not seeing cool videos, because I know there are a lot of really cool creators out there. I'm just not seeing them. Someone will be like, hey, have you watched this dude's channel? And I'm like, literally never even heard of it. And that happens to my channel all the time too. It's like I literally met someone the other day and they're like, hey, what do you do for work? And I told them, and they were like, wait, are you serious? And then they went and looked at my videos and like, how did I never see you? Like, literally, I'm a nerd. Like, I'm really detail oriented. Your channel's literally for me, and I've never run across you. It's like, yeah, that's just kind of the space that we're in. But I think in the title of this video, title in the live, I said, the calm before the storm. And I genuinely think that things are going to pick up on Guntube in a good way. I think that we're going through an evolution. It's just a matter of how much is YouTube putting their thumb on the scale. That's the only concern, is how much is their AI, what is it, like Gemini AI, literally seeing gun stuff in the metadata, or like, description, video, like combing the video and seeing guns and stuff. And if it is a gun-centric video, putting the thumb on the scale so that nobody sees it, versus, let's say a video that's not about guns, that just has a gun in it, that will be suggested to other people. So I have noticed, and if there's anyone here with a gun channel, hear me now, believe me later, I've been experimenting with titles and descriptions and stuff like that. The less this is a gun review I get with the title, the better the video typically does. So it's the titles of I'm trying to think of an example. I have to go through my videos, but things that are not like this gun model review. If you have the word gun in your title, you're cooked. If you have any keywords like Glock in your title, you're cooked. If you have any keywords like 9mm in your title, you are cooked. So at some level, AI is definitely nerfing gun videos. But if you are savvy enough, you can kind of slip past the AI if you can get creative enough. The problem is it seems like the AI, like they're either adjusting it or it's learning pretty quickly, and you have to kind of stay on your toes. So as long as YouTube keeps things the way they are now, I think Guntube is going to go through a really cool evolution. I think that we're going to see some awesome creators come out of this. I think that something is going to happen, either like fear-based, right? So another thing will happen, and everyone's going to need a gun like right now. And you're going to have all the COVID people that got into guns, got out of guns, and stopped watching gun videos kind of like, man, I remember 6 years ago, it's like I was really getting into this stuff and I dropped it. Maybe I should get back into it. So those people are going to come back. Or it could even be something positive gun related, right? It's like sweeping national concealed carry reciprocity. Okay, a lot of people are going to be looking at EDC videos. So I think right now, just culturally in the US, there's not a lot of need or want outside of enthusiasts like us, right, seeking out this kind of entertainment. And, you have the guys like Garand Thumb and Kentucky Ballistics that, it's like obviously FPS Rush is gone, Demo Ranch is gone, that appealed to non-gun people, right? They appealed to normies. Those videos are being suggested less to normies. That is another big problem. So I think the kind of dangerous thing for the 2A in the US here is the complete neutering on social media of firearm related content. I mean, this is not anything big brain. This is just common sense. Think about how marketing has changed as far as TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, even like Twitch, stuff like that. And imagine if I could show guns on a YouTube live, right? Imagine if YouTube would actually suggest gun videos like it does, other topics of videos. Imagine if you could show guns on TikTok. Imagine if, on Instagram, you could, post gun content without getting banned. Like, my Instagram account cannot be shown to non-followers. So the problem is YouTube is the platform for gun stuff. And I kind of feel like what YouTube's strategy here is, at least for now, just to kind of keep people in place, is no more new big gun tubers. If you made it, great. You're here. You'll grow at a snail's pace. If you're smaller, you'll grow at a snail's pace, and it'll take you, 6 years to get anywhere with it. And we're just going to let the old channels retire or die off, and then we'll just kind of let everything melt into the background. that is the strategy that I would use if I wanted to get rid of guns on YouTube without losing viewership. Because the second they say no more guns on YouTube, guess what? People are going to go to other platforms, pursue other alternative platforms, are going to lose viewership. So I'm just, we'll see how things change. We'll see how things change. Hopefully this is as bad as it will get, and it's going to stay here. The AI stuff is really the thorn, at least in my side, as far as a creator goes, because people keep saying, Guntube is dying, views are down and stuff like that. My channel's been doing pretty well. Like, I've never had more opportunities in my life. It's going really cool. And it's honestly because of you guys. You guys are awesome, very supportive. You guys are great about commenting, liking, sharing. It's just very organic around here. And I'm just proud of the community that you guys have built up around the channel. So seriously, thanks for all the support. And I'm not really worried at all. Gun owners are like cockroaches. We're literally never going away. They cannot get rid of us no matter what. We will always find a way. Like the invention of the arm brace, the old slide fire bump stocks, and then FRTs. Like, we're the most resilient people on the planet. We're the most stubborn, autistic people on the planet. There's no getting rid of us. We'll always find a way. After hearing the ND story, adds reminder to do more draw practice. Yeah. And that's the thing is, do reps dry more than you could possibly handle, and like really push yourself and go fast and see how many times you would have blown your balls off. If you know what you're doing, it's probably 0. If it happened one time, whoa. Okay, I need to really square away my fundamentals here. Do you switch up your EDC seasonally or stick to the same year round? I stick to the same year round. What was he carrying? What gun was he injured with? It was a Glock 23, 40 Smith & Wesson. Plus in Virginia, 3 Supreme Court justices live in Northern Virginia, right? P4X is overpriced. Here's the thing. For materials used, maybe. For performance, absolutely. Kind of want a Smith & Wesson 632 UC Ti, but damn, the QC reports are terrible. Gonna need to test it myself and or be patient with a repair if it ain't reliable. That's what I did. So just know I hear you. I agree with you. If this Waltz 9 gets more popular, I hope it gets the majority market share of premium striker-fired guns. Zermatt is awesome. They're doing a good job. I'm impatient. I can't wait to see what they do next. I really want their Waltz 9 to succeed, because I'm using my brain as if I worked at Zermatt, what would I be working on next? And I'm really excited about it. And I'm hoping that they're thinking what I'm thinking. So I really want the Waltz 9 to succeed. Any experience with a Disruptor FRT? Nope. I know people who have it, but no personal experience. Were you ever a fan of the Glock 26 or no? Yes, absolutely. Glock 26 was the gold standard for subcompact guns. I am going to blow your mind here really quick. My first technically larger caliber carry gun, because my first pistol ever was a 25 ACP Beretta Jetfire, but my first carry gun that I carried was a Glock 27. So yes, Glock 26. I've always been a fan of that. I'm tired of them pushing shorts. So yeah, YouTube shorts are, okay, hold on. I just want to touch on this really quick. Magic Prepper saying, I'm throttled so hard right now. Dude, I've had to get so creative to try to get around this stuff. But yeah, it's like 1 out of 5 videos for like, I just can't get around it, dude. It just bombs. And I'm looking at my analytics, and like on the videos that bomb, it's like 1% of people who watched this were subscribers, and it bombed. It's like at 9,000 views, 1% were subscribers. And I'm like, oh no, like what is happening? Like subscribers just flat out were not notified. So it's, yeah, the throttling is real. I think it's a combination of a lot of things, but I think the throttling is definitely happening. I see my views overall are down, but luckily, I think I'm being tricky enough that I'm getting around a lot of this stuff. So I also am wondering if I just don't have much of a target on my back compared to some other channels, especially bigger channels. But I don't know, dude. As far as tired of them pushing shorts, yeah, that's super annoying. And the bad thing about shorts, as far as growth goes, is from my analytics, 10% of people who watch shorts also watch long form. And one, like people say, the shorts audience doesn't have the attention span to watch long form. Partially true. From my analytics, I think the big reason is because the majority, or at least a huge portion of the shorts audience, is international. You have people in Brazil watching gun shorts, like people holding up guns and stuff like that. Like That's not going to do much for your long form videos when you're like, hey, here's this new gun that's coming out. Is it worth your money? Dude in Brazil's like, I can't even buy that. So it just doesn't translate over to that. Funny enough, I voted Glock because it didn't look cool. Totally understandable. Stumbled into a CZ-P09C. Cool. Fell in love with single action, double action. And now all I want is a 92 GTS. Funny how that works. Yeah, some people can't get past the appearance of a Glock. And I totally understand that. I do get gun fatigue. A guy in the industry has mentioned cinematic intros don't get pull anymore. I experimented with funny intros. I think it was a couple years back. And they actually did well for me until they didn't. And then I just stopped. So I don't even have a channel intro at all. It's, hey, everybody, I'm here. Here's the video. Next. If it's a longer video, if I know it's going to be like a 20-minute video, I'll do a coming up and I'll pick out a particularly interesting, 3 to 5 second segment of the video to say, hey, here's what's coming. This video is worth it, right? But the cinematic intros, dude, like if you look at analytics, you will either see people skip it to get to the video or people just click off. So yeah, it definitely does not have the pull that it used to have. About to install my first Overwatch kit in my M&P 2.0. Any tricks or advice to keep in mind? Go slow. Watch a really good YouTube video and go slow. Use AI, create titles that won't get flagged by AI. See, this is I've heard that before. I don't use AI for anything ever at all. I used it to make an iPhone wallpaper once, and that was about it. Also used AI to help me when I was having my health issues. Surprisingly good at thinking outside of the box for diagnoses. Can be, not always. It's also pretty dumb and get stuff wrong. But yeah, I don't use AI for descriptions or titles or thumbnails or anything like that. I did hire a thumbnail guy that I experimented with thumbnails, and I was getting slightly better click-through rates, but not really worth what I was paying him. And he even cut me a deal, and I'm like, I don't know. So just, I don't know, YouTube things. My gun-ish channel is probably too small for the algorithm to even care about. Yeah, that's what I told. Well, I met with Concrete Cowboy when he was growing his channel. I was like, have you struggled with YouTube messing with you at all yet? And he's like, no, man, I've been good. And I'm like, when you hit 50,000 subscribers, you will. And once you have that target on your back, then you have to start being careful. And that's exactly what happened. So that's the thing, is small-ish gun channels have a little more leeway, but they will eventually find out about you. Just ordered my Grit Grips. Thanks for the review you did. Do you have a preference for suppressor height night sights for the Glock? I'm thinking of using a big dot on the front with blackout rear. That's the thing, is the sight thing is just personal preference. I typically, if I'm not running a dot, I do like having like a Mariglow or like Trigicon HD, something with like a blacked out rear and like an orange front. Because you basically just shoot it exactly as you would a dot, just target focus and just pretend like the front sight's a dot sitting in the rear sight. So yeah, that's, if you're only running suppressor height night sights and no dot, that's what I'd recommend. If you're running a dot, blacked out sights and just pretend like they're not there unless there's no dot. I kind of had Gemini write my description for a few weeks and everything going forward. What words you say, especially the first 3 minutes, really matter, and framing in either historical or very scientific metrics helps. Yeah, you have to be careful about the scientific metrics though, because the second you start talking about trigger pull weights, you're cooked. It's over. And it's because, and that's the thing, is when you're making YouTube videos, you get like the guidelines, right? Like what's allowed, what's not allowed to be advertiser friendly, or just for your videos to even exist on YouTube at all. And there are invisible rules that aren't there, that you have to figure out simply from trial and error and getting flagged for stuff. And one of the things is trigger pull weights. And I'm assuming this happens because in the guidelines, no hair triggers are allowed. And when you say this trigger is 8 pounds, they're like, if he's bringing it up, it's got to be a hair trigger. Boom, gone. So there are some things like that you just have to, unfortunately, lose the 20 hours of work you did on a video to learn that lesson. Man. From Mandrell, what's up, man? Appreciate the $10 super chat. I got my Smith & Wesson M&P 2.0 carry comp because of your review. After I added a few modifications, I love it. Also, YouTube is definitely throttling your channel. First of all, really appreciate the support of the super chat. Every single super chat means a lot to me and actually goes far on the channel. So thank you, man. And I'm so glad you're happy with the carry comp. A lot of people viewed my carry comp video as being a negative review. I've also been getting some of that feedback on the Canic Radian or Prime Radian review. Like that was not a negative review. Like it's if you're at the point where all the reviews you're watching have you thinking my review is negative, then you're watching just shill positive reviews all the time. Like you're not used to hearing a couple bits of criticism. So I think the carry comp is an awesome gun. I'm glad that you were able to make some mods to make it a little more up to speed for yourself. And thanks for letting me know that YouTube is throttling the channel. I'm feeling it over here and I'm doing the best I can to navigate around it with the tools that I have. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I'm still trying to figure it out. It's just, I think my biggest fear right now is it's more out of my hands than I realize. And I can't even start thinking that way. I refuse to accept defeat. There's always an answer. There's always a way around it. So that's where I'm operating at now. There's just this little twinge of fear in my primal brain back here that is like, they are literally freezing gun channels and they're only going to let you grow at a snail's pace and you've hit your ceiling. Like that's the little twinge that I'm having, because growth for the channel has been like, if you look at my analytics, it was like exponential growth. And keep in mind, this isn't out of the ordinary for YouTube, right? It's like, it was flat and then exponential growth. And then it was flat, but it's like, man, you think there'd be at least like a little bit of an upward trend here, but it is snail's pace. And then when I start looking at analytics, like how many subscribers are watching versus new viewers versus regular viewers, and I'm looking at where people came from, like suggested videos, on the front page, Google searches. And I'm like, oof, when I compare these numbers to numbers from last year, it definitely feels like YouTube is not showing my videos to anyone and they're not sending notifications out to subscribers. At least like they're sending notifications out to 10% of subscribers. And then, 5% are actually showing up, or they are showing it as suggested videos less frequently. And there are some topics where I'm better off. And again, it seems like if I can frame the video, the description, like Dan said earlier, what you say in the first 3 minutes of the video, if you can frame it as like not being like, hello, I am talking about only gun for this video and it's just gun, 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 it'll be suggested more frequently. But if it's like, hi, welcome to gun review, where gun review is gun reviewing, then YouTube's like, well, this isn't for the general audience on YouTube. This is for only the people who only watch gun content, and we're only going to show it to some of them. That's just how it feels over here. But thanks for the feedback, letting me know it feels like the channel's being throttled. Have you made any upgrades or mods to your Nightwood Guns EDC? That toolless guide rod is calling my name. Any cons? No, the only thing I've done is add a dot and a light. That's it. As far as a toolless guide rod goes, I don't mind using a tool to take down my gun. And I just prefer to have one less breakable part on there. That's my thing. Also, Brett, being a part of a club helps, particularly the ones that have a direct relationship with YouTube, like Leviathan Group. Yes. So if you look at the channels that have grown quickly, they typically got scooped up by Leviathan. So yeah, Leviathan is the 800-pound gorilla in the room for gun tubers. And it's like anyone who gets scooped up by them, it's like, guess what? You're going to get 100,000 subscribers in 6 months. Awesome. Yeah, it's just, obviously getting scooped up by Leviathan has pros and cons, right? It's like pros are, congratulations, consistent income, like guaranteed income. Awesome. Huge brand deals, connections, networking. It opens you up. Like you said, you're in the club. It's awesome. The downside is you're losing freedom, right? Like right now I have absolute freedom with my channel. I literally do whatever I want and no one can tell me no, except for YouTube. And I just navigate around that, right? So there are pros and cons, but yeah, go to everyone who's here. If you go to Leviathan Group's website on their list of Leviathan creators, you might be surprised who's there. And you're like, oh, no way. That explains so much. It's just really interesting. And again, no flack or shade to Leviathan or the people who are there. It's a part of the game. Like it is what it is. You know what you're getting. You know what you're getting yourself into. And it's just good to be aware of as a consumer. If, someone's being paid by a company with interest in the video being positive, then it's just a no-brainer, right? It's rough right now. I got my first guideline strike recently. Suddenly the faucet is on off. Yeah. I've been really crafty about guideline strikes. I'm really glad that you made it this long without getting one, but I've been hearing that from several other creators, channels that are my size and even smaller than me that are like, I got my first guideline strike. I don't know what to do. But yeah, it's, I think there's probably a little more of a target on your back right now than there is on mine. So that sucks, but I hope this sorts out. I really do. I'm normally a pretty optimistic person. This has got me feeling, got me feeling feelings. My gun search fatigue is hit. I'm selling off most of my guns and in return leaning into mastering a few pistols on the competition side. Might buy a Smith & Wesson 632 UC TI and a Spore 643 next year though. I'm hearing this a lot, and I think that, again, it can be a combination of both. And I think that's what a lot of people are missing. Well, obviously some people have said it and they hit the nail on the head, but there are a lot of people like you that are like, dude, I bought too many guns, about so many guns. I'm like, I'm done buying guns. Now my special interest is no longer acquiring guns. My special interest is getting good with guns. And that's happening. So the economy is certainly not helping. And it's also not helping that there's no fear stoking interest. But when you look at something like what happened in Virginia, how that affects sales in Virginia, and then, in turn, just Virginia's numbers, how it affects nationwide, like the amount of NICS, like background checks, the amount of NICS checks, I think, what was it for June this year, beat June of last year. But again, you look at the timing, Virginia was going through it. So people whine about DASA triggers, but it's easy to remember to thumb the hammer on the draw holster. I don't know. I think it's probably just easier to get good at the double action, but to each their own. To me, like, if you're in a fight for your life and there's a bullet in your shoulder and another one just whizzed past your ear and you're pulling out a gun, like, I don't know, if you need to take a long shot at an active shooter, yeah, you can thumb back the hammer, but I'd rather be able to hit double action out to that distance. What's up, Brett? Congrats on the signature bowl. Thank you, man. It was a really cool opportunity. That's awesome. Have you ever considered Pepperbox TV? I'm aware of what it is. I don't know how to get on there though. I don't know what to do. I don't know what it is or how to get on there or anything. Brett, because you voice over your shooting sequences and volume adjust has been a huge plus, and editing I just don't want to do. I shoot too fast, it seems. Tactical instructions, so LLM throttles. Yeah. Oh, that makes sense. So because there's not a lot of gunfire going off in my videos, I'm not getting flagged. It's not like bam, 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 bam. It's me voicing over it. Yeah, that's also like on purpose. That's a calculated decision that I made. Like every once in a while, I'll throw it in there. And it seems like if I throw a couple in there of me just like ripping a bill drill, it's typically fine. That could be anything. But yeah, it's not throughout the whole video. That you bring up a really good point. I've totally forgot that I do that. It's like I'm so on autopilot editing now. I just put the voiceover in over there and I pull the gunshots down. Very relieved you have good hair. Yes. Not a lot of people. I've had a few people comment being like, you wearing that hat because you're bald. I have a lot of hair. What are you rocking on the wrist today? The Speedy, my favorite. Vinny, Monsoon Tactical. What's going on, Brett? Stop me from getting an IMI Desert Eagle with 2 barrels. Only issues is it's 44 mag and not 50 AE. I don't know if I can talk you out of that. Here's what I can tell you. I'm going to help. I don't know if I'm going to talk you out of it, but I'm going to help. If you get a 44 mag, you at some point are going to regret not having a 50 Action Express. It's going to happen. Number 2, the 44 mag and the 357 mag by extension are more ammo picky than the 50. The 50, as long as you have a tight grip on it, is really reliable. You just have to change the recoil springs out more frequently than you think. But on the 44 mag, there's like, granted, this is an IMI Desert Eagle, which is like so awesome. If you have the opportunity, I'm going to have a hard time talking you out of it. But in general, the 44 mags, you have to find the list of ammo that they recommend for shooting through the Desert Eagle. And then you're going to have to shoot all of them and see one or two actually function well. And then you're stuck only buying that. So it's like, okay, I guess I'm buying like a bunch of Remington 44 Magnum, just this one brand because it runs well. So that's a little bit of a frustration. I like personally, I had a 50 back in the day and I got rid of it. because it was having, like, I couldn't get a good magazine for it. It's back when IMI had it and I couldn't get a good IMI magazine. Then I got a 44 and I got frustrated with the ammo selection thing. So then I got another 50 and I love that thing. And then I got a second 50 and I love that thing. So it's one of those things, if I'm going to spend a lot of money putting big bullets down range, like, it's got to be the 50. It's got to say .40 on the barrel. But IMI Desert Eagle, super drippy. If it has a nice patina on it, even better. And 44 mag is actually my favorite handgun caliber. So when I had that 44 mag Desert Eagle, I did really like it. Just the ammo pickiness was frustrating. I'm never going to talk anyone out of getting a Desert Eagle, though. It is a guilty pleasure for me, but I think that you should get it and work your magic to it. Because you know what? You could probably get that 44 mag running really, really well. So I'm going to, after further consideration, encourage you to act. Everyone is tired of people like Honest Outlaw having his wife on his channel. That's why Guntube is dying. That's saying it nice. I don't know. I think she's nice, right? Am I alone? I think she's a nice person. I don't know. I guess I never really thought about it. I don't put my wife on the channel just because I want to protect her. I want to protect her from the internet. That's the main reason my wife is not on the channel. What drills do you do to evaluate a handgun? Honestly, just high round counts, burn downs. I do build drills, fast drills. I really, if it's a really high performance gun, I'll shoot the tier 1 concealed 3.7s drill just because it's so demanding. Even if I fail it, I can see how close I get. So yeah, other than that, it's just kind of like a round count burn down. Like I grab my footage at the outdoor range that I go to, and that's where I shoot a lot of my drills. But I have a local indoor range that I go to that I'm just like bang, 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 to just get 1,000 rounds through the gun to see if it has any malfunctions. Yeah. So that's pretty much it. It's like 1,000 rounds to me is an absolute bare minimum. It's not even a lot of rounds. That is like a bare minimum. You have to put 1,000 rounds through a gun to see if it has any major early gun issues. I really wish I could put like 13,000 rounds through every single pistol that I evaluated. It's just not feasible. Not feasible. I need a team to do that. I'm just one dude. Thanks for the tips for YouTube titles, just like posting shorts like Snapchat and Instagram. Yeah, similar, just similar but different. Each platform has their tricks. I also admit my videos are pretty low effort, especially for editing. I'm mostly just doing it for the fun of testing some budget optics for 1,000 rounds. Dude, have fun. That's when YouTube is the best, when you're just having fun doing it. Any idea if Bull Armory has plans to increase production? Great firearms, but almost impossible to get. I don't know, but what I'll tell you is if they weren't planning for that based on how insanely high their demand is, like they're making a lot of guns. The demand is just crazy. If they weren't making plans for even years out based on how popular they've gotten, then I'd say that they're not good at thinking ahead. I think they are good at thinking ahead. I wouldn't be surprised if they're planning for it. It's just a matter of like, I don't know how long it would take them to be able to tool up for that. But no, unfortunately, I don't know. I hope they are, as long as they don't sacrifice quality. Sup, dude? Sup, Sean? How's it going? Worth getting a Radian Ramjet on a Glock 43X? Yes. I think that those slimline guns, now granted, it's some people misunderstand. It's like they think they know, but they don't know. That is like I realize that's like the perfect description for like for at least 50% of YouTube commenters. But a lot of people think that when you say the 43X is a little snappy, people are saying, well, you're weak. Yeah, what do you need a compensator on 9mm for? 9mm's got no recoil. I shoot a man's gun, 40 Smith & Wesson. They don't understand maintaining accuracy while shooting very, very fast. Like we're not getting compensators or porting 9mm guns because we can't handle the recoil, because it has too much recoil. It's too snappy. It's that it makes it a little easier to maintain accuracy while shooting way faster when you're reducing the muzzle rise of a pistol. Like that's it. It's about pop, 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 pew, 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 pew. It's not, slow firing at rats in a trash pile in your backyard. That's not what it's about. So yes, those slimline, lightweight carry guns really truly benefit from something like a Radian Ramjet Afterburner, because what it does is it takes the snap out of it and makes it shoot a little more like a Glock 19, if that makes sense, like an unported, uncomped Glock 19. The biggest downside, though, to the 43X is the grip texture. So, like, what I recommend, Radian Ramjet Afterburner grips frame, that we don't have to send your frame out that is the firearm to get stippled. It's just you buy the grips firearm that's just the frame, and like if you can watch YouTube videos, you can just buy the just the frame and transfer all the parts over to it. Or if you're lazy and you have money, you can just buy the complete lower, and then you have good grip texture and you have the comp on there, and you have yourself a sweet gun. Then you get either the OEM 15 rounders or the PSA Dagger micro mags, and you have a really sweet shooting setup. Granted, you're paying for it, and you have to, there's some elbow grease involved, but that is my personal favorite slimline micro gun for that reason. How do you like the Johnny Glock trigger on the Gen 6 Glocks you tested? Have you shot the Staccato HD 3.6? Wondering how it compares to the HD C4X. I have shot the 3.6. I've not evaluated it over a high round count, but I have shot it. The HD 3.6 is, it's a very good shooting gun for what it is. It's a very good shooting gun. Granted, it has the downsides of the HD, right? So it's got the Series 80 trigger, which is, I'm not going to say hit or miss, but it's like miss or okay. It's different for sure than a Series 70. And specifically, for some reason, the HD trigger feels different even than a Series 80 trigger. It feels a little spongier, I guess would be the way I would describe it. But it is a good gun. It's got a little more punch to it than the C4X. C4X undoubtedly shoots noticeably better, but does it shoot? It's one of my most quoted, or referenced, I should say, movie lines is from Pulp Fiction about the $5 milkshake, where, you know, he bitches about the $5 milkshake, which now you go to like Chick-fil-A and it's a $5 milkshake, but he bitches about the $5 milkshake. And then, you know, he drinks it. And then Mia Wallace is like, so what do you think? And he's like, it's pretty good. I don't know if it's $5 good, but it's pretty good. That's kind of how the C4X is. It's like, yeah, it's pretty good. I don't know if it's $4,000 good, but it's pretty good. And the 3.6 is also pretty good. As far as the Johnny Glock trigger in the Gen 6, yeah. Back when I got it, though, he didn't have the strikers. So I should probably get a striker from him for the Gen 6, because there is a little bit of, like, I don't want to say, like, keep in mind, I can literally sit down and close my eyes and just really criticize a trigger. There's a little bit of a grind, like a 1% grind that I know the Johnny Glock striker would sort out. But I love it. The Gen 6 Glock, I think in my review I mentioned I had one Gen 6 G19 that had a pretty good trigger, and this other Gen 6 Glock 19 that had the worst Glock trigger I felt in my entire life. Like, no exaggeration. That's not hyperbole. It was that bad. And the Johnny Glock's Gen 6 trigger is just a godsend for that setup. Puffin stuff. If you can swing price tag, it's definitely worth it. I've had a bunch of carry guns the past 6 years, and it's by far the best I've had. I don't think I'll ever change my EDC now. Are you talking about the Radian Ramjet on the 43X? Yeah, agreed. I wish the VP9A1 got more traction, although people compare it against the PDP, but the PDP has more noticeable recoil and is more affordable. Yeah, the VP9A1, I actually like it. I like it for a VP9. I'm not the biggest fan of VP9s for several reasons. I think between a PDP and a VP9, I'm kind of deadlocked in like they're both. I would need to change things on both of them to like them, if that makes sense. Like, yeah, it's a good set of bones. You get it. You're getting a really good gun. Just if you want to maximize performance, you have to change some things. And Walther's doing that with the PDP. Okay, now you can get one that comes with the comp. You can get one that comes with the upgraded triggers. Like you can get a steel frame. So I think Walther is absolutely just crushing it, and that's why the VP9 is not really getting attention. So. Total nerd. I took off my light just to see what my serial number was on the Nightwood guns. It's 138. Nice, dude. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. 138. You're under 200. My little brother finally got his CCL. He keeps throwing the idea of carry concealed a Smith & Wesson Spec V, and a Spec V, the M&P steel frame, blue accents with that big old comp. Keep telling him just compact polymer M&P. Yeah, and you're 100% right. The thing is, some people have to blow $1,000 to learn that lesson, where he'll get that, he'll carry it. And I'm not saying you can't carry, you can absolutely carry it, right? Get a tier 1 concealed MSP holster, boom, rock it all day long. But then he's going to start walking around, bending over, carrying it, tying his shoes, and it's going to turn into a leave it gun. But yeah, it's if you can talk some sense into him, that'd be great. Otherwise, let him lose over $1,000 to learn that lesson. It comes with 5 15-round mags and half the price, right? The polymer compact. Yeah, they have great bundles. Instead of buying guns, now you're buying ammo. Either way, bye-bye, right? That seems to be it. Did you ever watch Jormungand? I did. It's not one of my favorites, but I did like it. I did a video. It is the video that I probably put, out of all the videos I've done, the most post-production time into. The longest time spent editing a video, and I loved it. It's one of my favorite videos I've ever done. It was the top 5 gun animes, and like almost nobody watched it. When I say I mean compared to my other videos. Like obviously a lot of people watched it still. I don't even know what it's up to anymore. But Jormungand was number 5. So yeah, I'm a fan. Not one of my favorites, but I like it. We got 10K FMJ LOL and 1K of HST 124. Yep. For all the companies that do custom work or enhancing handguns, I would like to see someone or a group to take a multi-million-dollar risk in making something new. Yeah, something like wild and like really thinking outside of the box. And I think we're seeing that with the Dragon, right? The Rideout Arsenal Dragon is something new and exciting and interesting. But taking someone in the custom world and making something absolutely wild, yeah, that'd be cool. But also, you're not at risk of that multi-million-dollar loss. So that's a big ask. We need to get Mr. Beast into guns. I just want that old school IMI Deagle with long barrel RE2 vibes, mainly for collection. Then absolutely do it, dude. I'm sure you could find someone who makes Stars grips, like the actual correct wood Stars grips for the Desert Eagle. Guarantee it. And then it would be amazing. Maybe some bored dentist or rich dads can do something to burn their money into. Yeah. White Tiger Desert Eagle is beautiful. Dude, if it's got tiger stripes, I'm in. Hey, I went to Absolute State 2. Oh, nice. I don't even have a range to shoot 1,000 rounds at. Yep. I went to, Aboslute. Is that what my title says? Does it say Aboslute? Did I mess that up? Man, now I need to know. The thing is, sometimes when you do have typos like that on videos, it actually works out in your favor because you get people clicking on it. But let's see here. What does it say? Does that say it does say Aboslute. Man. Well, I'm not going to sit here and waste everyone's time fixing it right now as much as I want to. I'll fix it once we're done with it. But yes, you get to absolutely dunk on me for making a very small and minute human mistake. Enjoy. Highlight of your day, I'm sure. Brett, want to review 3 LTTs, 92 Elite 2, PX4 GSD, P30L LEM. Yeah, when I get caught up on videos, which should be very soon, I have the Kimber DS Warrior 1911, 10 millimeter. I have a Gerson 2311, and I think Gerson is going to be sending me their new concealed carry double stack 1911. After that, I'm kind of like open to anything. So yeah, I'd be open to that. Bull Armory. I wish I could get one of their axe pistols. Fewer people say that than you'd think. Like there are, I hear that sometimes, but rarely. And I think that's why they're not pumping out as many as they used to. Just demand was down. How do you feel about the CDS9? I need something to tuck under my shirt, and I want something kind of classy. What's your thoughts? So I've reviewed 2 of them. Great experiences with both of them. I recommend them with the asterisk of, after being in Kimber's factory, I learned that there are 2 directions that guns go in. You have one direction, it's the 2K11 and the 1911 DS Warrior. They go off to a different set of gunsmiths that fit and finish the guns to make sure they're getting some extra attention before heading out the door. And then everything else goes to the assembly line where people are just kind of assembling them and taking them off to test fire and then sending them out the door. So be aware that the CDS9 is in that category. Because of that, it's more likely something will slip through quality control wise in that direction than in this direction. Not saying it never happens in either direction, but it's a little more frequent over here. But the 2 CDS9s that I tested were awesome. They had no issues, and I really, really enjoyed shooting them and carrying them for the testing. So yeah, I recommend them. Kimber has a great warranty. So you can't really go wrong. It's basically like if you combined a Glock 26 and a 2011. I think it's a really cool gun. I really liked reviewing those a lot. I can't speak for anyone. My gun interests are pretty niche and FUD-like, so I can't stand most gun channels today. Seems like all comps and DS 1911s all the time. Yeah, and that's people are gonna get sick of that, I think, faster than they realize. But I'm totally on board with being into like revolvers and lever action rifles and stuff like that. So, but I think that concealed carry will never be out of style. That's kind of where I found myself. I will always say trying to do the Guntube thing has actually helped my shooting improve, but I can always get better, and that's the goal. Yeah, 100%. Will you be reviewing the HK VP9CC? Maybe. I've had a couple of people ask me that. By a couple, I mean probably like 8. I've gotten probably 8 comments and DMs asking me to do it. So maybe if I can find one and the timing is right. But just know that like it is an expensive gun for what you're getting. And that I think if you added up all the super chats that I've gotten over my last 4 lives, still wouldn't get me there. So just something to be aware of is I have to be when I'm getting something for the channel, I have to be really, really picky with what I'm getting. Do you still love your XC? LOL. Yeah, I do. Yeah. XC is the gold standard for 2011s period. Like I absolutely still love that. I will never sell that gun. It's a 2020, early 2022 manufactured XC. So the fit and finish is a little better than Staccatos today. DLC finish is a little better than the Staccatos today. I'm never getting rid of that gun. It's always going to be there. When is DS Warrior vid dropping? It was going to drop Sunday, but then a sponsor reached out last minute and wanted to plug into my next video. So I have to get the ad approved, and it takes 2 business days. So the video will likely drop on Wednesday unless something, something goes awry and I have to drop it next weekend. But I'm planning on it being Wednesday. How many Nightwood Bulls were made? Can you say? I don't even know. They couldn't even tell me. But my understanding is it's more than you'd think, but not like a whole lot, right? So like a lot were made and they still went fast, which is awesome. But they didn't make like, thousands of them. We have another super chat from Michael. Appreciate the support, man. Great show. Got to run soon. Here's a bit more for the SOF fun. Thanks, man. Really appreciate it. That's seriously all your support this live. I greatly, greatly appreciate it. As you've been able to see throughout this from other, YouTubers that do gun content chiming in here, is that we're feeling it and it feels out of our control. It feels YouTube AI related. Like we're like absolutely throttling. So really appreciate the support. Enjoy your weekend, man. Have a good time. Take some time for yourself. Did you used to make Destiny 2 videos? No, I never even played Destiny 2. I played the first Destiny a lot, and I did not play Destiny 2. But no, does my voice sound like Destiny 2 creator's voice or something? Or do all of us white nerdy guys look alike? Have you seen much on the Race City Defense's RC9s? They seem decent and use a lot of Atlas parts. Yeah, a lot of people have been asking me to run one of those. I'm almost caught up on videos that I need to get out. And then I'm free on the channel. So I have a safe full of stuff that the channel has never seen that I desperately want to do videos on. So I'm really looking forward to that. But that would probably also be a good opportunity for me to find a Race City Defense RC9. If they wanted to send one to me, that would be super dope. If I could find someone who would want to loan one to me, probably be even better, because then it's just, less. Not, you guys know how I run the channel. Just there are, like 1% of people in the comments, they're like, well, they sent it to you, burr, burr, burr. And I'm like, yeah, you know how many bridges I've burned with companies to prove that I'm just going to say what I'm going to say no matter what. But still, I always prefer just having like 100% zero strings attached for anyone who's new to the channel and isn't familiar with the reputation that I've built up. Or maybe I could just find one to get, because I am interested. So great meeting you at GunCon, Brett. What's your thoughts on red dots like Osight and Gideon? Are they worth getting? So I do want to say this. Credit where credit is due. Osight has really improved. Like you can see how much they've improved from the first O-Site to what they're making now. I can't tell you how many O-Site emails I found in my junk box on my email yesterday. I was going through junk. I'm like, oh man, O-Site's been trying to send me stuff for years. But yeah, I think if you aren't planning on doing anything serious with the gun, those are fine. The O-Site, the Gideons, the Sileys. I think if you're planning on using a gun for self-defense, I would go like, Trijicon, Aimpoint, Holosun. And I used to say Trijicon and Aimpoint were good to go, and 1 out of 10 Holosuns would have an issue. Now I say 1 out of 10 Holosuns, Aimpoints, and Trijicons have an issue. That's been my experience the last couple of years. So now it's kind of like, well, look at the options and the prices of those 3 brands and pick the one that works best for you. If you think there's a chance you may ever use that gun for anything serious. So otherwise, like O-Sites, Gideons, Sileys, like the people at Siley at SHOT Show were so nice. Like that, like, dude, super nice to me. Maybe I was being honeypotted. They did send a really cute girl after me on the floor to get me over to the booth, but they were super nice. And like the O-Site people, I met a few of them too. They came up to me. They were really nice too. The Gideon guys, also super nice. So this is a thing. Everybody who works at those companies are super nice people. Their products are not up to par with Holosun. That's just a fact. So I'm pulling for them. I really hope that they continue improving and they put pressure on the other manufacturers and that their products keep getting better and better. But if it's not a fun gun or a range toy, toss Holosun, Aimpoint, Trijicon on your gun. Just my opinion. Nightwood, M. Gabriel. Glad you're here, man. Dan the Wolfman got CC9. Now that I put a def grip for texture, I was ripping 2 split A zones and 2 to 3 attacker retreat drills yesterday. New backup gun unlocked. Space pistol on way. Only a Gen 5, G29, and SDRA calling, then done. Dude, you're never done. Every time you say you're done, you're not done. You know how many times I've said I was done? I said I was done yesterday. And I'm sure I'm going to have something new in like 3 weeks because that's what we do. Found this live and decided to chime in. I just lost interest in the same conversations, shills, and first-time reviews of guns that launched 15 years ago. I just lost interest. Yeah, see, that's what I'm feeling just as a viewer. I don't watch, Guntube as much as I once did, but I still consume it. And that's kind of how I've been feeling. It's the same stuff over and over and over and over and over again. So, see, the problem that I have is I love reviewing the new stuff. So here's my passion. My passion is getting a gun, offering feedback. And then when I see a company change a gun based on that feedback, boom, it's just like euphoria. It's awesome. Yes, I love evaluating guns and offering actual constructive feedback. That is something that is really, really cool for me. let me put it this way. I love consulting on the designs of guns. That is like the passion project 2.0, 420, 69. But the issue that I'm running into is, okay, I hop on the bandwagon and everyone reviews the Canik Prime Radium. It's the new hotness. Everyone's curious how it goes. The video is guaranteed to do well. I'm kind of locked into reviewing the new stuff that people are interested in. Then I go off the beaten path to some like more niche firearm that's new, like the CZ75 Legend. Video doesn't do that well. Turns out not a lot of people were interested in that gun. It was only the hyper nerds that are either nerds for CZ or, weebs that were interested in that gun. Just not really the larger gun enthusiast population was interested in that. More of a collector's item anyway. So what I want to do is I want to start shooting guns that I think are really, really cool, that are not the new hotness, that are not, all that kind of stuff. As much as I love doing that, I want to also add in shooting. I got a safe full of stuff that is super cool. But right here, first time reviews of guns that launched 15 years ago. I'm with you on that. It has to be a different experience than that, right? It's like, hey, here's an overview of this really cool gun, not like me reviewing, like, here's what's wrong with it. Here's what I don't like. Here's what or if you're interested in getting this, I don't think there's a lot of value in that. I think that there is value in entertainment and education about cool guns. And that's the thing is, I think that's the direction that Guntube is going. I think that the meta for a long time was to review guns And people are just getting sick of that. And now it's like something like the Canic Prime Radian, where like, hey, that's a carry gun that's performance driven. It checks a lot of the box that a lot of enthusiasts want. Is it any good? That's going to get a lot of views. Something like the CZ75 Legend, not really. So yeah, I'm kind of the same way. As I can't tell you how many videos I scroll past where I'm like, dude, I've watched 26 videos on this topic 5 years ago. And I think that everyone who popped into gun ownership in 2020 with COVID, they have hit that point now, if that makes sense. They've been in it for 6 years. They've been seeing videos for 6 years. Now they're seeing everything repeating, and they're like, well, this is no longer new and exciting. I've seen this before. When in 2020, there was an influx of more new people that have joined the culture than ever before. So I don't know, just rambling at this point. We need to bully Smith & Wesson into making a 2011 that takes M&P mags. Bonus points if it's under 2K. I'd be surprised if they weren't already trying to make that work. Hi, Brett. Level of interest in Shadow Systems Axio? Very high. I talked to them at SHOT. I hope they'll send me one, because my interest is not high enough to be like, I'm going to buy this, but they don't have my interest, but they have my curiosity. I'll DM you on IG again about the LTTs. Yeah, let me know. I'm almost caught up and I can almost start reviewing other stuff, or at least making content on them. I wish you could show the 29-3 too. Do you have a holster for it? I do. I have a leather holster for it. It's beautiful. I'd like to get a Staccato at some point, but there is a lot of other good DS 1911s that cost way less. Yeah, I'm not sure Staccato realizes, how much the others are nipping at their heels. Especially, it seems like they're leaving behind the legacy guns. I think abandoning the Staccato C and CSs really, I don't think they predicted how much backlash that would have, because that was something that really set them apart, was the thinner, 2011. I think that's cooler than the HDs, the fatter, more Glock-like 2011. A buddy I do security at my church with is looking into getting a Rosti RM1C. Is that the Ross Martin? Never seen much about them, so I didn't have any advice really. So I shot a couple at GunCon, and I was like, hey, if you're interested in sending some out to the channel, or not some, if you're interested in sending one out to the channel, I pointed, I'm like, I like this one. Like, I'd happily review it. And they were like, yeah, we don't really, we don't really do that. We don't really have the budget to do that. And I'm like, what? You have to pay me. Like, I don't do that. I literally do not accept checks. Like, no. And they're like, I don't know if we can make that work. And they didn't really seem interested, but they're cheap enough that if there's enough demand, I would just go out and get one and review it. So what I can tell you is shooting it at GunCon is the one that I shot. They had like two models. The newer one has like a really good grip texture. Recoil impulse felt good. Grip texture felt good. It's just, I don't know if they have enough of a track record to really trust your life with the gun, if that makes sense. Have you ever convinced someone the argument of they're getting what they're paying for? Have you ever convinced someone the argument of they're getting what they're paying for? I don't really know what you mean by that, but like, I guess yes, just taking that at face value. Actually bumped the mic. Sorry, everybody. Sorry, RIP headphone wearers. I have a few Gideons. They work fine, and I've bounced one off concrete. No complaints for the money. See, the Gideon that I had, the dot would disappear in the lower third of the glass, and it would not hold zero. It was drifting zero like the whole time. So that was my experience with Gideon. And again, I felt bad because like the nice Gideon guy came up to me at SHOT Show and was like, hey, I really like your channel. Don't expect anything. Here's a dot. Try it out. See if you like it. And then that was my experience with it. I'm like, oh, well, it was really nice. HR, I've done tons on Rost Martins. The RM1C comp would be worth it. It's just less texture. Or grab an AREX Delta L. They are based on for 280 at PSA today. Yeah, I mean, like I said, the Rost Martin with the grip texture was the one that I liked. CZ75 looks sick in the thumbnail, that's for sure. See, I thought so. You sound exactly like the YouTuber Fallout Plays. I thought you may have genuinely been him on a second channel. That's crazy. No, people typically recommend me first for my voice than for my appearance. I don't know. I just thought I had a normal voice, but apparently it's a unique voice. But I'm gonna have to go look him up and listen to what my voice actually sounds like. Appreciate the info. Pass that info along. Sorry if this was already asked. Just joined. Did you see the video where the guy shot his testicle off appendix? Yes, we were talking about that a little bit. Definitely feel bad for him. Went right through his weenie and blew off one of his balls. 40 Smith & Wesson jacket and hollow point on the draw from appendix in a class. So yeah, you hate to see that. Stark reminder for everybody that we're not playing here. These are dangerous things that, and it's our responsibility, right? So yeah, I recommend everybody go watch his video and learn from it so that it doesn't happen to you. It is one of the reasons why I prefer to carry a hammer fired gun, just because I can capture the hammer, like on a single action, like on a 2011, right? It's like safety on, and I can take pressure off the grip safety and hold the hammer for the reholster. And when it comes out of the holster, it comes out, manual safety comes out when it's pointed in the dirt on the way up. So like I have a little more control over, let's say you're sleep deprived and you had food poisoning and you're just off for the day, and your wife is leaving you, your dog died, like all this stuff is going on. There's less room for a mistake if you're distracted. I think ideally double action, single action gun is the way to go, because you have that long, heavy double action trigger pull when it comes out on the draw. And when you're reholstering it, you decock it and then just put your thumb over the hammer when you reholster it. So I think that's the safest thing to carry if you're going to carry appendix. Do you have spare parts for the guns you rely on, or is your collection big that it's not a worry? It depends on the gun. Like for example, with 2011s and 1911s and like the SAS2s, the Bull Armories, I have enough of them that I'm not worried. I do have spare Glock parts. I do have a lot of Glocks also, but I have spare Glock parts just in case. But the only thing that I would really worry about having spare parts for, one, if I was planning on putting 100,000 rounds through a gun, and two, if it is a really, really rare gun and you are deathly afraid of something breaking on it. So think about a Spaz 12 or like a Mateba Unica 6, anything weird and old like that. I would want to scoop up replacement parts as fast as I could. Like you see that a lot in the NFA community. You have some like that, M60 owners groups just like desperately pining for spare parts. You're off for the day if you blast your Johnson. Yeah, exactly. If you're not having a bad day before, you're definitely having the worst day of your life after. The first Destiny game was the OG. I remember the launch of the first DLC with Crota and the 6-player raids. Good times. Yeah, that's the thing, is not that Destiny was a great game, but if you played it with great people, it was. But yeah, I had over 1,000 hours in the first Destiny. It was, honestly, I regret it. I wish I wouldn't have put that much time into it. But I was like, I had my clan, I had my group of 6. And yeah, it was a good way to hang out with friends. Like my wife was on the team. Like I don't know, it was just all around an amazing time. Not an amazing game, but it was an amazing time. I have a tier 1 elite, but what company holster has the best 4 o'clock holster that holds tight to the body? Every time someone asks me this, I get it wrong. It's not, oh man, it's not Black Arch. It's Black. Oh man, what is it? It's not Black Arch. It's the other, Black Point. Is it Black Point? Black Point Tactical Holsters. And which one is it? Because I'm assuming you mean inside the waistband. Oh man. The Mini Wing IWB. Yeah, I like the Black Point Tactical Mini Wing. That's the one that I like. It's funny because I actually learned about them through Jack Carr, the author of Terminal List. He recommended that holster, and I never had an answer for people because I've carried appendix since 2015. Has it been 2014 or 2015? I switched over to appendix. So yeah, I just haven't really had an answer until that was recommended. Then I tried one. And I'm like, okay, all right, this is a nice, comfortable inside the waistband holster. Thanks for all the advice, bro. Care to comment on importance of dry fire for experienced shooters, but new to IDPA and USPSA? What should the major focus of each league when training? I mean, just honestly, like live fire and dry fire are both equally important. You just want to make sure you're doing dry fire better. Like then just picking a spot on the wall and like dry fire and racket, Because something that I found is like some people who will do like what we all think of with dry fire, like put a quarter on the end of the barrel and then rack it, is they'll get so in the zone of like boom, racket, boom, racket, boom, racket, that they'll get out to the range and they'll start like milking their support hand because they're used to it going click and then releasing their hand to racket. And it's just a little micro movement like that, but they'll just release their hand a little bit. So yeah, just making sure that you have consistent pressure with your support hand while dry firing, I think is important, but you have to back it up with live fire too. Cause at the end of the day, like the gun's going off in your hands, you have to get used to it, especially when you're new. And so like, for example, you say you're an experienced shooter. The most common experienced shooter I run across is someone who goes to an indoor range and puts a box of ammo through their gun once a week. That's what I run into most often. And the question is, how fast are you shooting? A lot of people are just slow firing, punching paper, and they're an experienced shooter. So that's the thing is, you say an experienced shooter, that experienced shooter could be anywhere from over here to over here. So like, how much experience do you have shooting fast? Because things like IDPA and USPSA require shooting fast. Like you need to be shooting doubles and stuff like that. How much experience do you have doing that? So like doing dry fire while maintaining consistent grip pressure and then practicing doubles live fire is probably the best thing you could do. At least it's the easiest thing for me to say for you to do right now. Blacksmith Tactical makes great holsters, short lead times, and great value for the money. Solid recommendation. The only issue carrying DASA guns for IWB is they're all wide and or tall. Yeah, usually you think about even the classics, USP, the 226, 229, even CZs, right? Maybe like the CZ75 compact wouldn't be as bad as the PO1 or like the Shadow 2 compact or anything like that. Which, by the way, I forgot to mention, I am reviewing finally the CZ Shadow 2 compact thanks to a recent partnership with Grab a Gun. So if you're looking for anything related to this category, definitely check out Grab a Gun. I'd used them in the past already and I'd liked them. And I met them at GunCon and it was kind of a good fit. So basically they are going to start providing TNE guns to the channel. So that's really exciting. It's a huge development for the channel. So definitely show Grab a Gun some love. I'm shooting the CZ Shadow 2 that they sent me for TNE that I'll be sending back to them. And yeah, it's cool stuff, but it is a fat gun. You are right. Any thoughts on the M&P 2.0 Spec Series 6 versus your Monsoon 2.0 build? I mean, the Monsoon is going to shoot better. I haven't shot the 2.0 Spec Series, and I'm always hesitant to speak on something that I haven't shot, but I can tell you for sure that the Monsoon would shoot better. Toby Wong. Was that a Reservoir Dogs reference? Favorite historical niche for guns? Oh, historical. It would be handgun related. I love handguns. I'm you know what? I'm just going to say like the 70s Smith & Wesson revolvers. It's like, man, did the people in the 70s know how good they had it when they were getting those guns? So that's just that's my personal favorite right now. So I know it's kind of lame, but it's what I'm into now. Those blued nickel double action Smith & Wesson revolvers, the Model 29s, that just absolutely love them right now. Experience shooting doubles, bill drills, 2 reload 2 and 2 to the body, 1 to the head. Only at an indoor range though. Only movement I get is at local weekly matches. Hey, you're on the right track. I would say probably like I talk to someone who shoots USPSA more than I do. And they could probably help you more specifically for that purpose, because it sounds like you're on the right track. I think a video on clothing that aid in carrying and concealing handguns would be cool if it wasn't done already. Yeah, so not only is it not done already, like I don't know, I have to get pretty creative to spin that to get some views. Although I just came up with like 2 ideas right now. Actually, I might do that video. I think I thought of a unique way to deliver that topic. I'm actually going to make a note of it so I don't forget. Good idea. The note has been made. Thank you for sparking that thought. I'm a Smith & Wesson junkie and got the new CSX E-Series and I love it, but the 1,000 internal parts makes me hesitant to put so many rounds through because I'm always cleaning my guns. Is the CDS9 set up the same way? It's similar. I mean, I think that that's to be expected with a hammer-fired gun. It's typically going to have more parts than a striker gun. So yeah, that is my that's just my opinion. All right, what else did I say in the title of this live? Okay. I think we've covered pretty much all the topics that I intended to cover. There's 110 people here, and chat's kind of slowing down, surprisingly. So let's see here. Just going to touch a little bit on my experience with Bull Armory at GunCon and at Blackstone. That because I think some people probably weren't here earlier when I talked a little bit about it. But the guys at Bull Armory, it is just the culture of shooting guns and carrying guns is so ingrained in their company that like that explains why they actually build guns, that they actually know what they're doing when building guns. Is you take another manufacturer, right? That is just they're running a company, they're doing the best they can. They release a gun, they get feedback, they come back with that feedback, apply it the best they can. But since they're not shooters and they don't carry guns, there's a bit of a disconnect. So they put that out there, then they get feedback on that, and it comes back. Instead of that, Bull just like cuts out the middleman, and they're the dudes who are shooting and carrying the guns. So that's the main thing I picked up from them. Also, probably the nicest, most honest dudes I've met in the industry so far. And the experience at GunCon, it was awesome meeting so many people. The range day, it was kind of weird. They capped it at so few people because the range day like wasn't really busy, and it was a ticketed event. So I was like kind of surprised. They could have sold probably a couple hundred more tickets and would have been completely fine. So like I was surprised at how not busy the range day was, but the actual day at GunCon was pretty good. Got to meet way more people than I was anticipating. And to me, like the star of the Nightwood Gun special release was at Blackstone Tactical in North Carolina. That was the turnout there it absolutely blew my mind. Like I didn't know that many people. I'm not sure outside of the opening was it the grand opening of Haley Strategic or Scottsdale Tactical or something here that just was like the most insane turnout I've ever seen for an event like that. And it was like that. And it was only for Bull Armory being there and for me being there, which was awesome. So that was definitely a highlight. That's probably the biggest highlight of my time here on YouTube, was going to that event, meeting so many fans and just being immersed in people enjoying the gun that I helped come up with. Like that was it was such a cool experience. I'm so grateful for it. And man, I'm kind of sad that it's over. I wish that like that could be my main job. It's like consulting on firearms. That was just the coolest thing, because clearly I did a pretty good job. Everybody loved it. It was awesome. So really grateful for that experience. I was present for every single second. So I really got to appreciate and enjoy it. So overall, really cool. Yeah. And other than that, I'm just excited to see what Bull Armory comes up with next, because just seeing just like how they think and how they talk, man, it's all they care about is just making the best possible double stack 1911s. So, and they get stuff like I've talked to other manufacturers, they get stuff that other manufacturers just don't get as far as pushing the boundaries of performance with John Browning's design. So yeah, if anything, it got me even more excited for a company that was already my favorite just because of the products they were making. So it's really cool. You get to meet your heroes and actually not be disappointed. So I actually got to meet them and hang out with them and get to know them on a personal level. And it was even better than I anticipated. So it kind of warmed my heart that a company that became my favorite for their products also has my favorite people there. So overall, good experience. That's kind of the gist of it with my experience with Bull. What's your favorite gun from a zombie movie? I'm guessing it's the ported 629s from Day of the Dead. That's actually a really good guess, because those are super cool. Yeah, I would say that. I also feel like I have, oh man, I'm trying to think. There are a lot of zombie movies out there. I think I would have eventually ended up with those ported 629s. Oh man, zombie. I'm trying to think of the zombie movies that I watch frequently. No, it's probably those. I think you just spoiled the answer for yourself. I think that's it. As much as I appreciate Bull Armory, it takes user feedback from consumers. Do you have 2011 fatigue given how many random 2011 makers are coming out of nowhere? So my problem is that the fatigue comes from people jumping on the bandwagon, not from people improving and innovating, right? So the improvements and innovations I see coming from Bull Armory, Kimber, and Stealth Arms. Those are the companies that are really pushing the envelope in a direction that I'm interested in. So like I just, spent the last few minutes glazing Bull Armory, deservedly so. But Kimber, the creation of their toolless guide rod, brilliant. The aesthetic decisions they're making with their guns, how they're adapting to mass production and keeping quality up is impressive. That's why Kimber is right up there. And then Stealth Arms with the Platypus. They are building such quality guns at such a value. I'm blown away. I'm not even sure I can particularly put my finger on why the Stealth Arms Platypus feels so good in my hands, but it does. I love the prickle texture. I love the ergos, the aesthetics. I mean, and the thing is, they're making a Glock Mag double stack 1911 that doesn't feel like crap in the hand, like the HD series, with the exception of the metal grip they announced at SHOT Show. So those are the three companies that really have me interested for the future of 2011s. But it's all of the other manufacturers that are jumping on board, not pushing the envelope. It's, we got to get a piece of the pie, right? And it's like, okay, now everyone's just fighting over who can get the most for the cheapest gun. That's kind of the fight, is we want to make what's considered to be a cheap gun, but we want to get the most for it. And everyone's kind of like pussyfooting around with that balance. And that's just not interesting to me. Do you know if Bull Armory has any plans to keep your gun in stock? The Chopped Beaver Tail with the two-tone, definitely a sweet setup for EDC. Not aware of any plans. I'm pretty sure they're making more of the Nightwood Gun Special. And if I were them, which I'm not, if the Nightwood Gun Special, if they make another batch and it sells out instantly again, I would probably just make a permanent change to the EDC Compact and EDC Pro Compact offerings in black. Like if it were me there, that's what I would do. But as far as I know, they don't have any plans to do that. As far as I know, they don't have any plans to do like a third or fourth or fifth batch of the Nightwood Gun Special. But I think if it keeps selling out instantly, then like, what are they going to do? Like not keep making money, like not keep making people happy by giving them what they want? I don't know. I'm just trying to use common sense. Like if I were there, what would I be thinking? Get some compatives. MMA, BJJ training will make you less likely to ever have to pull a trigger. If you can move, fight, be confident in a confrontation. Combatives and street jiu-jitsu on BJJ Fanatics. Yeah, check out Dan the Wolf, man. He's good at rolling around in the dirt and kicking butt. So, but yeah, I mean, I think that it's like in the gun world, we talk about guns because that's what we're interested in, but it's never a bad idea to know how to fight. Like, are you kidding? That's my dad literally started putting me in martial arts when I was like 5 years old. I stayed there my entire life. So kind of good to be able to know how to fight. Bull will bring you back, Brad. It seems like it's very well received. Well, I thank you, Lon. I appreciate that. I hope so. That'd be really cool. I definitely like hanging out with them. I miss them. Like I miss those guys. So it'd be cool to have an excuse to see them again or more frequently or whatever. Cause that's, man, it's finding like-minded people is always a relief. Thoughts on the Haley strategic skimmer trigger for Glocks? I know exactly what that is because I'm a professional gun tuber. Let's see here. Oh, I know what this is. Yeah. I mean, I haven't heard much about it and I have not shot it myself. So I'm probably not the person to ask. But I'd definitely be interested in trying it. Like I've seen it around. Yeah, 100% Glock factory parts that are hand polished. It's basically, they're claiming to do what Johnny Glocks does, but for like half the price. So I'd be curious. I'd be really curious. Okay. Now you have my interest. I'm probably going to check one of those out. I'm going to make a note of that so I don't forget. Because that would be a good comparison. It has been done. What is done cannot be undone. Pepper spraying and slashing people would also help in CQC for Metal Gear fans. Metal Gear? Tell me again about CQC. Pepper spray. I hope all is well. Stopping by per usual. Good to see you, man. Thanks for stopping by. I'm glad you're able to make it to the live. And yeah, everything is going pretty well. Everything's moving in a good direction. Have you thought about doing more rifle content? I know you're a super pistol aficionado. Yes, I cannot. Okay, I was actually talking to my wife about this last night because I've been feeling the fatigue on the channel myself. Not just on the channel, but like all of Guntube. I've been feeling the fatigue. And I told her that a year ago, I was starting to feel the burnout. And I'm like, I'm going to get caught up on the new hotness videos that get consistently good views that people want to see. I want to give the people what they want. People want to know, like, is this gun a waste of money or not? Is this actually good, or is it being glazed by shills? Like, that's always been one of the main missions of the channel. But man, it's like, I have to evolve and adapt as things go on. You can't stay stagnant in this space. And I was telling her a year ago, I said that I was going to adapt and start making, in addition to those reviews, new content, like rifle content, shotgun content, like older Smith & Wesson revolvers, more of that kind of stuff. And now here I am, a year has passed, and I'm like, oh no, it didn't happen again. So yes, I do want to do more rifle content. I want to do shotgun content. I want to do more revolver content. It's just right now. The good news is it doesn't seem like much is coming out now. I think I'm all caught up and I can get on to doing that stuff. So hopefully. Just here to say you rock, always putting out strong work. Thank you, user 99.99. I appreciate that. I'm just glad that you've been enjoying the channel. That makes me happy. Let's see here. What else is going on? Friday nights, usually pretty slow. Still got 91 people here. So just trying to improvise off the top of my, oh, okay. So I just got a Remington 870 MCS breacher. So I literally have it at my feet right now. I wish I could hold it up for you guys, but that has been one of my grail guns since I was a kid. There used to be a store in Scottsdale called US Auto Weapons that sold like class 3 NFA stuff. And they had one of those Remington 870 12 gauge breachers. It's the MCS, but just in the breacher configuration. The MCS also came with different barrel lengths. So it was like the breacher 9-inch barrel, 14-inch barrel, 18-inch barrel, right? And then it came with different stock options. The breacher pistol grip, a like telescoping stock option for the 14-inch, and then the full stock, like fixed stock with the pistol grip for the 18-inch version. And you could configure it however you wanted. MCS, I think, was modular combat shotgun. And the only configuration that really interested me was the breacher. So I saw that on the wall, but I was like a teenager and I couldn't get it. And then it went away. And it turns out there are only a couple hundred in circulation in the US because it was a military overrun, a very limited military overrun. And think about how often, maybe you don't know how often, but I go into gun stores all over, not only just all over the state, but all over the country. Everywhere I go, I'm going into every gun store within a certain radius just to see what they have going on. Never saw another one in my entire life. Then I walked into a local shop here, Scottsdale Gun Club, and it was literally on the wall. And just on a whim, I dropped my wife off at physical therapy. I went over there to kill some time, and just sitting there on the wall. I couldn't believe it, like a grail gun on the wall. And it turns out they had just put it up on the wall, and it was in the back in a vault for years that some dude, some like surgeon in Scottsdale picked up and then just didn't want it anymore and just let it go. So it literally is unfired in the original bag with all the original accessories. And I just scooped that up. The AOW Form 4 individual stamp went through in, I think it was from the time I certified, I want to say it was 3 days. So yeah, anyways, I've been dry firing that all over the house. I'm going to have to brew up some potent breaching rounds, but yeah, so that's pretty cool. The thing I like about it is Packmeyer was contracted to make the pistol grip for the breacher variant, and they just modified one of their revolver grips. It's like their revolver presentation Packmeyer grips for square butt revolvers. They adapted that for a shotgun breacher pistol grip. So it just has this like beautiful retro drip on it. I'm absolutely obsessed with it. I cannot wait to show it on the channel. I wish I could show it to you guys now, but you know how it is. YouTube is just convinced that anytime someone shows a gun, I'm just so can't do that. One bad apple had to ruin it for the rest of us. I'm looking forward to you doing rifle content. There's a bunch of Sons of Liberty Gunworks glazing, and I'm honestly unimpressed. I need your insight. I'm also on my 4th rifle build, so I'm a little more invested. Yeah, I've been seeing it too. I'm not saying that they're bad, right? Just, I don't know. I'm just saying the old BCM with a cheap lower still seems like a pretty good recommendation. Also, I need a solid shotgun recommendation that's not $1,000. Dude, you get a Mossberg 590. Done. Easy. Just really practice pumping it so you don't short stroke it. But yeah, Mossberg 590 is kind of the goat for a cheap shotgun. unless you specifically wanted semi-auto. What is your opinion on the Taurus GX2 Toro? You got mine for $250 out the door, brand new in the box. Does the Toro make it optic ready? Is that what it is? Trying to think. Like, there are some manufacturers I literally know everything about them. So yeah, that's optic ready. So I have shot this, and I do like it for what it is, right? If my life is going to depend on something, I'm not going to get the cheapest option. I'm just that guy. So if your budget's like, dude, I only got $250, I got to defend my life, I need a concealed carry pistol, then the GX2 Toro, not a bad option. So yeah, my opinion is it ain't bad. It ain't bad. What do you think of CAC industry uppers? I seldom hear them brought up, but it's always good. Yeah, of course it's good. How much are those going for nowadays anyways? It's been so long since I've looked at those. Because again, like I've only had good experiences with them, and I've only heard good experiences. Yeah, I've heard good things. I haven't particularly heard anything bad outside of normal stuff that you hear. Yes. Shotgun that's not pump action. Trying to avoid Turkish clones that don't run. Yeah, if you want a semi-auto shotgun under $1,000, man, what could you even get? What is the Mossberg? Was it the 9.4? I know the 990 is the the aftershock one. What is it? The 940 that's the semi-auto. I don't know what those are going for. Oh, but those are Turkish, aren't they? Yeah, that's the thing is I'm a buy once, cry once guy for semi-auto shotguns, just because I've had so many issues with semi-autos that the only semi-auto shotguns I really recommend at all is the Beretta. Was that 1301? Sorry, I think you missed the part where I'm like sleep deprived and have sleepy brain. Yeah, the 1301, the Benelli M4, and the A300 Beretta is probably the cheapest I would recommend. Oh, I think I just saw someone say that right now. Yep, Beretta A300 is all I can. Yeah, so the Mossberg 940 I think is still Turkish. And so, yeah, it would be like the cheapest I would go would be A300, just because semi-auto shotguns can be so finicky and so picky. I've had so many frustrations. Even like the Benelli M4, like I've had to send those back. So the Beretta 1301 and the Benelli M4 are kind of like top two for me. Well, okay, and the Genesis, right? The Genesis, the mag-fed AR shotgun, the Genesis, Benelli M4, Beretta 1301 are like my top three semi-auto shotguns, and then the A300 Beretta is like the cheapest I would recommend. Just as far, assuming you want to trust your life with it. What is your stance on companies going towards multi-purpose independent FCUs? I don't know. Like, as long as they work, I don't care. Like, that's if they can make them durable over extremely high round counts, then I guess that's fine. I'm building a CAC now, and they're very affordable. Yeah, for the quality. I just bought an upper from them with one of their K-Spec BCGs for $550. Yeah, less than $6. Do you still carry your bowl when you're in a tux or business dress wear? I do. Yeah. I'm trying to think. The only time that I don't carry, because I have tuckable holsters that I'm pretty clever about that have smaller DCC clips on them that hide under belts. And I think what I did last time, because I just had my sister-in-law's wedding earlier this year, and I did carry my bowl. And I think if I remember correctly, I had a comfort concealment belt underneath my pants, and I wore the gun on that and then put my pants over it. So I had like an underbelt, an inner belt, if you will. And then had my dress belt over the top of that. I think that's how I did it. I've done it a bunch of times. I use it as an excuse of like, what, I want to keep trying to find better and better ways to do discreet carry. It's like a little hobby of mine. And that's what I did. I had the comfort concealment belt underneath the pants. The K-Spec BCG is fire. That's what I've heard. C4X, solid for main EDC if cost isn't an issue. Yes. Oh, I will say, if cost isn't an issue and you don't mind having a fat gun in your pants. Yep, Beretta 13A1, A300. I think A300 is going to be my choice. Yeah, wait for them to go on sale, though. If you want to save money, they go on sale pretty frequently, and you can get a good deal. 1301 Mod 2 is amazing. Can't beat the blink system. It's fast. And it's funny that your name is Big Boy because it's fast, boy. I was thinking swapping to metal parts on the GX2. You think Lakeline would be best? I would mess with it. Keep it stock. If you can find a Remington 1100 or 1187, those are usually pretty decent. Not sure of their prices nowadays. Yeah, I'm not sure either. I have an old Remington 1100 that I probably produced sometime in the mid 80s that my dad gave to me. He had it unfired all those years. And then I started shooting trap and he gave that to me. And then I started shooting trap and skeet and sporting clays competitively, heavily. And then I switched over to a Browning 525 sporting. And then I switched over to a Perazzi. And then when I stopped competing, I got rid of the Perazzi and replaced it with a Beretta 686 Silver Pigeon because I was in college and I needed the money. Oh, I meant to ask, any suppressor content inbound considering the current state of NFA items? This seems to be a good time to. Yeah, so I said earlier, I think I have 4 cans, but I really want to, there are 2 cans I'm looking at. I'd like to get them. Unfortunately, that Remington 870 MCS soaked up one of the cans I was going to get. So had to get the Grail though. What's your thoughts on the Bursa M211? Would like a PCC review from you. Another company that ghosted me. Man, we're talking about a lot of companies that ghosted me. But yeah, Bursa was a ghost. Alpha Foxtrot was a ghost. Chiappa just recently turned into a ghost. And Ruger ghosted me. Those are like the 4 companies that ghosted me. I was finally able to get a CZ75 Legend, most definitely as the accuracy that can match Rally's skill. Most definitely as accurate as the, I think I know what you're saying, and I agree. But yeah, no, it's if you're a fan of Gunsmith Cats, the CZ75 Legend was a must buy. I got a Bodyguard 2.0 for summertime, and it's become my go-to EDC. I'm glad yours is running well, because it seems like they either do or they don't. But I'm glad yours is good to go. Seems like I like the Bodyguard 2.0 in hand, right? Just the quality control, consistency that I'm looking for. I have a CZ75 Retro. I want to get the Legend. Would you recommend to get the new one or just keep the Retro? It depends on how much the Retro bothers you that it isn't like 100% accurate. Like it isn't a 100% accurate replica. So if it bothers you a lot, it bothered me a lot, I got the CZ75 Legend. So something to consider. Otherwise, I mean, they do the same thing. The Legend obviously has the forged frame versus the cast frame on the Retro. Are we ever going to get another Guns from Anime segment? That shit was cool AF. Licorice Recoil got me, LOL. Yes, I would love to do that. It's just the problem is I don't know. I'm going to have to check that video to see if it ever took off. But last time I checked, the video just like didn't have any views. Maybe it took off down the line, but I remember the first few months, I was like, man, I spent so much time on this video and it bombed. And I was so proud of it. I loved it. It's like the only video of mine that I've ever done that I watched like after I made it. I like made a video that I actually wanted to watch. So I don't know. It's a kind of a classic thing when you start making content. The stuff you love doesn't do well, and the stuff you think is trash ends up doing the best. That's just kind of how it works. Hey, excited for you on the Bul Collab. What is your take on carry insurance debate? I got US Law Shield when I first got carry permit a few years ago. I'm not opposed to concealed carry insurance at all. I do not have it because I think I'm never going to need it. But whoever you end up with, and I think there's only 3 companies that do this, you want to make sure that they'll cover you if you're criminally charged. The vast majority of these carry insurance companies, if you're criminally charged, they bow out. They're gone. They leave your butt in the wind. So make sure that they will cover you if you are criminally charged. That's the one thing that I would say to look for if carry insurance is in your future. Could you ask Bul to send you one of their new single stack Commander 1911s to review? I'm looking at the SOF. Is that what you're talking about? Because that's the one if they don't send me one, I'm going to buy one. That's how much I want one. I think they're only making them in 9mm though, right? Let's see where I had. Oh, there it is. They're making it in 9mm. Let's look at specifications. Yeah, they're only making it in 9, which is fine. For 1911s, I'm typically a 45 ACP guy just for tradition. But I mean, you can't beat a 9mm coming out of like an all steel 1911. It shoots. It is a pussycat, as people would say. So yeah, I definitely, if they don't send me one, I will buy one. The question is, do I get it in black or stainless? I typically prefer stainless, but the black on that gun looks so good. So good. I know you said you might review the 2.0 competitor. Is that still a go? Like the steel frame competitor? Because I did that review and YouTube probably just didn't show it to you. LOL, I'm a musician, so trust me, whenever I like something, people sleep on it. Whatever I hate, they love. So you get it. Yeah. Because I don't want to reveal too much about my past, but yeah, I used to like make short films, and it was a very similar thing. It's just funny how you're like, oh my God, this is trash. I messed this up. This is a disaster. The audience is roaring. And then you're like, this is the best thing I've ever made in my life. And everyone's like silent afterwards, like, it was okay. You've done better. And I'm like, I was way off. For a 380, picked a used 380 Hellcat recently. Not bad shooting pistol. Wouldn't mind seeing more companies do something like it, but I doubt it would be popular. Like, I think the most popular one is probably the P365 and 380. But yeah, those 380 slimline micro guns are, they shoot really well. It's just 380 ammo is expensive, and not all of it is created equally. You want to make sure you're getting ammo that performs well in human tissue. I've been thinking about buying the Taurus, TH40C. What is your take on the Taurus TH series? I'm a professional YouTuber. I know exactly what that is. Taurus TH9C. Oh, ugh. Yikes. Is this what you're looking at? This looks like an evidence locker gun, dude. I don't know. Can you do better than that? Ugh. Man, I don't know. I'd be embarrassed to be caught holding that. Personally. I don't mean to rain on your parade. I'm gonna tell you what I think. Man, yeah. I probably missed this, but is the new Nightwood EDC Pro a limited run gun? Yes, it is. I think they're doing a second run of them because they were so popular and sold so fast. I don't know what their plans are beyond that, but the intent is that, yes, it is a very limited run gun. They made quite a few on that first run. I think they were anticipating that was going to be, they made so many that it was enough, and then it wasn't enough and it went really fast. So as far as I know, I think they're going to be making another batch. Beyond that, I have no idea. If they sell out instantly again, I don't know. Interesting. Would you mind expanding on not needing any insurance, or do you just have yourself covered on your own? So two things there. One, I don't think I'm ever going to get into a defensive gunfight ever in my life. I don't think it's going to happen. I'm literally do everything I can to avoid that, period. It's the last thing that, maybe other than getting norovirus, it's the last thing that I want in my entire life. So I do literally everything I can to avoid it. And I really think the likelihood of it happening is very, very low. Don't do stupid things in stupid places with stupid people at stupid time, blah, blah, blah. You know the whole deal. As far as like not needing it, I also live in a state where I don't think that I would need it. Like if I'm in a good shoot in Arizona, I'm probably fine. So again, if I lived somewhere else, if I frequented different areas, I would probably have it. It's just, I don't think it's worth paying for it because I don't think I'd ever use it. I don't know. That's just how I feel. Mrs. Shadow, get the high quality Smooth as Silk OG Mint PT940 on GB. I'll go check it out if you're interested. Do you think the Gen 6 G34 will be a 5-inch gun due to them swapping to the G45 frame for the full-size offerings? I think a 5-inch G34 with a 19 recoil system would slap. I certainly hope that's what it is, because that's what I'm hoping that it is. It's pretty LOL. Most I can do is the Smith & Wesson M&P Shield Plus. Can't go wrong with that. Well, test it for reliability. There are quality control things occasionally. I wouldn't be surprised if they adapted the changes you made to their 2027 EDC Pros, but only in their standard colorways. See, that's, again, I'm putting my brain over there. If I was there, that's something that I would be considering doing. I bought the Bul Ultralight Pro a while back based on your review, but saw the GP Arms Forza and the ergos were way better in my hand. Messed around and bought 2 of them. What's your take on each? So I've again, I positively reviewed the GP Arms. I think the GP Arms is a great gun. I think that it's just different. For me, the GP Arms grip texture wasn't aggressive enough. And to me, the ergos, it was too cylindrical on the grip. It just felt kind of like fatter and grosser. That just goes to show that, you know, this stuff is very subjective. I much, much, much prefer the ergos on the Bul, like by far no competition. That being said, the GP Arms Forza is a great gun. So I wouldn't say anyone who gets a GP Arms is getting a bad gun. You're getting a phenomenal gun. I have this personal preference for Bul Armory. It definitely feels like GP Arms was heavily inspired by Bul Armory, maybe a little too much so. So I like getting the OG. Shadow 2 Target 5-inch is such a great gun, but why in the world would they not make it optics ready? Yeah. It seems like CZ is one of those companies, like with HK, that's just a little out of touch with what people want right now in as far as what consumers want that would be interested in their products. Because I feel like a lot of new shooters aren't going to CZ or HK as their first gun. Now, I know there are going to be people here saying, I did. Okay, but yeah, let's look at the vast majority, right? Like just because, 10 people did doesn't mean 1,000 people didn't go with a Glock SIG or honestly, just a Glock or a SIG. Smith & Wesson M&P, while popular, is still kind of this weird niche thing. I'm glad Smith & Wesson came up with the Bodyguard 2.0 because that's been selling extremely well for them. But yeah, it seems like CZ and HK just keep doing things that make me scratch my head, where I'm like, does anybody work there that knows that's like in tune? And this, again, is what I'm talking about, hanging with the Bul Armory guys. These are people who are ingrained in the culture. They carry, they shoot every single day. It's not just a job for them. It's a lifestyle. And clearly those people aren't at CZ and HK people who are in that everyday carry, shooting every single day of your life, competing at a high level, shooting to high standards for, concealed carry. They're just not there. So TK custom extended firing pin and 8-pound Wolf hammer spring solved all the light strikes on my 632 ultimate carry without ruining the trigger pull. It's good to hear. Yeah, that's but sad that you had to do mods. I feel you. Are you still using the tier 1 holster, Apex, or the Axis Elite? It's different. If different, which is your current? I use the Axis Elite. So yeah, I've been using the tier 1 Axis Elite since 2018 is, I think, when I discovered them. And I've been using it ever since. I've gotten a lot of Axis Elites over the years. Obviously, I got the MSP. I like that for what it is. I got was their collaboration with Modern Samurai Project. I think it's the best universal inside the waistband holster on the planet. And then the Apex, I think, is the most versatile appendix carry holster. If you're shooting competition from appendix, it's got to be the Apex. But yeah, I carry the Axis Elite. It's a little lower profile and it's a little more comfortable. And that's why I still run it. I don't know. The CZ TS3 looks very sweet. Of course, it looks very sweet. It's also a gun they could have made 10 years ago. Do you know where I could pick up an extended striker for the Canic rival? No, I don't know. Why don't you call Canic customer service and see how that goes? Because I have no idea. Oh, have you shot the Dragon? I forgot who the manufacturer is. Right Out Arsenal. But you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I've not shot one. Held it at SHOT Show. Definitely got my interest. I've been hearing a lot of problem things about it, just kind of in the ether of the internet. Seems like there are some challenges on the path to production. But other than that, that's about all I know. I'm trying to think if there's any other interesting news on my end that's not just nerdy stuff that no one here would care about, because I've been diving in hard on my retro gaming corner. I've been going, you can see that I was playing Time Crisis 2, Danger. I've been playing a lot of that recently, but yeah, I've been going hard on my retro game corner. That's probably been the biggest news for me recently. Honestly, the traveling with the Bul Armory guys, well, one, it kind of wiped me out because I met so many people, and two, it put me behind like 2 weeks on videos. So I've just been kind of grinding, getting caught up, taking a little bit of time for myself to rest as well. From Big Boy, appreciate the super chat, man. Thank you for the support. Last question. Heard of the Magmo grips? Got one and threw it on my Forza and RC9. Game changer as they mimic the Atlas grip panels. TKs for everything. Let me see these Magmo grips because I think I know what those are. I just want to make sure. Magmo. Because I think I remember them being kind of ugly. Is that right? Oh, they're not too, well, they're not too bad. But yeah, this is what I was thinking of with like the side panels, right? So you can kind of create a bit of a shelf. Yeah, these look really cool. I'm actually glad you brought this up because I was looking at this a few weeks ago and then I forgot about it. Intriguing. Yeah, so I'm gonna check them out. Yeah, thanks for reminding me, and thanks for the super chat, man. Really appreciate the. He said, "Yeah, they're atrocious looking." Yeah, I was thinking they were looking even worse than they actually looked. So they're not as bad as I thought they were, but they're still a little bit of an ugly duckling. Thoughts on the P4X? Same exact thoughts on the C4X. It's I know I had a malfunction with the C4X. Has he posted his video yet? I don't want to spoil anything. Give me a second here. I just want to make sure I'm not spoiling anything. Yeah, okay. I'm glad I looked. So, and there is someone else posting a video on the P4X soon who is having like one-handed malfunctions with the P4X. So again, I see more problems with in the price range of like this price range of double stack 1911s. I see more problems with the HD series than I see with anything else. Just people DMing me, commenting on videos, stuff like that, just on my end. And I mean, 4Gs for what it is, I don't see it. Bul Tac Comps 3Gs performs better. I don't know what to tell you. So now those are my thoughts. Watch my C4X video and pretend it's a P4X. Yeah, it's pretty much what you get. I think too many companies are relying on business or marketing majors, but aren't requiring them to go and shoot their products. Well, it's not even that, dude. It's that the people there. So yeah, first, yes, you're correct. I've seen firsthand people these companies do not shoot. But the ones who do start working there and do start shooting a little bit are not knowledgeable. They're not, it's not a part of their lifestyle, right? So I've been doing this since I was 5 years old. My dad put a gun in my hand and I shot. I've been doing it ever since, my entire life. I want guns from a company that people like me are working there, right? It's like not the dude who was looking for a job and got there and had to sit there and learn. And, it's like, yeah, I went hunting with my dad a couple of times. My dad took me shooting a couple of times growing up. It's like, I know gun safety. I took a hunter safety course, and then they get there and then they start shooting and learning, which 100%, dude, right? Like get there, immerse yourself, learn as much as you can. But if you're making the products or you're marketing the products and you're not immersed in the culture, like it's not a part of your lifestyle, then companies who do have that, like guys like me, can see that, right? And I think the thing is that guys like us, like me, those of you who are here watching me, who this is a part of our lifestyle, it's like our everyday life. We don't make up the majority of gun consumers. We don't make up the majority of gun owners, definitely. So it's not mandatory, but it results in a better product. So it has to be something that you care about, not something that it has to be something you're passionate about. That's what I'm trying to say. Retro games, no Duck Hunt, no care. I do have Duck Hunt. I think my NES is over there, but yeah, I totally have Duck Hunt. Don't worry about it. No worries, my friend. Magmo on my P211 is the ticket. Ugly, yes, but totally awesome. Yeah, basically just improving. I think it's a good product. Guys are making me want more stuff. I can't believe I live in Tulsa and I don't have tornado insurance. Oof. Yeah, oof. Right? You get it. Release the Meteor. Have you heard of Merrill Firearms? Saw this badass 2011. Have never heard of it, but looks to be a Mexican Infinity. Well, now I have to see this. Does it have a Mexican flag on the grips? Because if so, I'm instantly in. Tell me about a tornado in 2011. No, I can't even find, what is it? Hold on. What is this called? Merrill Firearms. Can't even find anything. Merrill. Can love bloom on a battlefield? I can't even find anything about this dude. That's crazy. That must be some. Oh, I was like, here I am searching at Merrill. You're like screaming, like, no, Metrillo. I mistyped. Let's see here. Got Metrillo. They've been around for 30 years. Oh, Filipino. That's not Mexican. It's better. As far as like, I'm not saying, let's calm down here, folks. I'm talking about firearm manufacturing. It looks pretty cool, dude. I'm not gonna lie. It looks pretty cool. I'm gonna have to do some more research on this later. Metrillo. Mexican 2011. You crazy, man. P4X and C4X got me effed up. Keep on getting them mixed up with PX4 and CX4. That's all my wife calls them. She's like, yeah, the CX4. I'm like, nope. And again, I feel like this is a problem that only enthusiasts like us have, right? Where you have Staccato out there naming this PX4. Sorry, I just did it. P4X and C4X when the PX4 and CX4 exist from another company, as if people aren't going to get confused. So it just tells you who they're targeting their products towards. They're not targeting them towards guys like you and me. Otherwise, they would have thought of that. Or I don't know, maybe the marketing guys and the people who named the gun just aren't aware of anything outside of Staccato products. What console era was your first? Dude, you keep calling me Brad. Someone's going to think my name is Brad. It's going to happen. N64 and PS1 here. So I grew up on the NES. Granted, it was slightly before my time, but like my parents had an NES. So that's what I grew up playing. I didn't get the SNES until much later. I had to go back and play all the SNES classics when I was older because we just didn't have one. But yeah, so I grew up on NES, and then it was like N64 and PS1 came out. And then that just took over. So yeah, we're very similar. It's the N64 and PS1 were the first consoles I had that came out while I was old enough to play video games, if that makes sense. Because like I was obviously like I could have got the SNES, we just didn't have one. Pong was mine, man. You're aging yourself. I don't know why the general industry looks down on the Prodigy. I like mine for what it is and haven't dressed it up like a Staccato. I think it's because it feels milquetoast. It feels like they made a boring 2011, if that's possible. But the thing is, I positively reviewed the Prodigy. I didn't have any problems with it. I know a lot of people who have had problems with it, specifically broken injectors and like the ambi safety falling out and stuff like that. But some have had accuracy issues. They had to send it in for malfunctions. Springfield does have a good warranty and they will get it up and running. But yeah, I think it's just a boring milquetoast 2011. I think that's why people just kind of look down on it. It's like, ugh, you got a Prodigy. Pfft. Meanwhile, you get, like some Turkish double stack 1911, like a T-Sauce. I'm like, man, that's a great value. You did good. And you get something more expensive, like a Staccato or a Bull or a Stealth Arms Platypus. People are like, yeah, that's awesome. But yeah, the Prodigy is kind of in this weird zone of like, it's not, you can't brag that you got a value and you can't brag that you got something expensive. It's just, I don't know. It's like the boring man's 2011. If your company doesn't know how to market to your target demographic, you're going to have a bad time, maybe. A lot of the guys with the power to change the industry are just focused on selling guns and not catering to their end users who purchase their guns. After talking to my Walther rep, I was shocked. Yes, and that's not just in the firearm industry. That's in, it's in most industries because there's some industries that don't even care about selling, like the video game industry. Don't even get me started. They put their own political agendas ahead of even selling games. So yeah, it could be worse, but yeah, that's as far as the firearm industry and a lot of industries go. They're more focused on just move, sell than let's innovate and deliver let's deliver an innovative and quality product to enthusiasts. And I genuinely believe it's because if you were to put 100 gun owners in the room the odds that one of like someone like us, one of us would even be in that room at all would be pretty low. I think that the vast majority of gun owners are normies. And because of that, that's where the money is, right? Now, the thing is, that's where the money is when things are good. When things are bad, the money is with the enthusiasts. But the thing is, like, ever since everyone got a taste of the 2020 boom money, where they're like, dude, now people who hated guns are buying guns. This is great. Let's make guns for normies, because now they're buying it in droves. That now that it's dried up, there's kind of like this new cycle of people in the industry that this is their first time experiencing it, where they have to rely on enthusiasts because we're the only ones who are still buying stuff right now, but they're not catering to us. So that's why everything is a bit slow, with the exception of something like the Canic Prime Radian, right? Because that's targeted towards guys like us. That's catered towards enthusiasts, not a first-time gun buyer. But that's also why you can't get your hands on one. And when like the dot models come out, boom, they're going to be gone instantly. So that's just proof that when you cater toward your target audience, it does well. So seriously, kudos, 2 thumbs up to Canic for doing that. I heard a Mexican accent. I don't know what you're talking about. I've heard nothing but bad or mediocre things about. Do you like it? We're talking about what, the Prodigy? Oh, you've heard nothing but bad or mediocre things. I mean, no, that's the thing, is like, those are the bad and mediocre things are always going to stand out. Maybe mediocre is more of the fair thing. You hear a lot of mediocre things about the Prodigy, but the bad things, while more common than other 2011s out there, it's still not like, horrible, like, early 2000s, mid 2000s Taurus level of stuff going on. I like my Prodigy, just plan on having the thumb safety changed since I have issues with safety on the right side. Not the first time I've heard that. It's the broken ejectors and it's the thumb safeties on the right sides. I hear that all the time. At what point do higher end 2011s have diminishing returns for regular dudes? Highest I can rationalize is Atlas. Are Hades, Chambers, Infinity, Rafferty, like that there, Merkier, etc. ever worth the money? So they are, if you are competing at an incredibly high level, and you're putting 100,000 rounds through your gun, or B, if you appreciate an incredibly well done fit and finish to your pistol. If you're someone who appreciates a luxury good with premier craftsmanship, then that's where that comes in. Other than that, yeah, like it's Staccato XC, Bull Armory pistols, Stealth Arms Platypus, those the Kimber 2K11, that's going to get you close enough that as far as performance at the range goes, whether you are new, middle of the road, or competing at a high level, I don't know, you're not really going to see much of a difference. So yeah, it's diminishing returns for most of us. Maybe one day I'll also walk into a store years from now and find my grail gun on the wall. The Knightwood EDC Bull First Edition, never shot and now legal in California. Dude, I'm so sorry that you're getting cucked over there in California. That is such a bummer. I really wish you could have got your hands on one of them. I know we talked about it. Californians. Ever shot a Staccato PX4? Yeah, the good old Staccato PX4 Storm. I've had zero issues besides the thumb safety, and I actually have like 10K rounds through my 5-inch. Yeah, and this is the thing. This is half of Prodigy owners that are just like you and have a great experience with them. If you go and watch my Prodigy review, which unfortunately was demonetized with limited visibility, which if you haven't seen it, now you know why. If you watch my Prodigy review, it was an overwhelmingly positive review. The one that I got was very, very good, just like yours. So, but I always warn people, I'm like, mine was good, but I've seen all of these that weren't. So keep that in mind. I really think the biggest reason it didn't catch on is just because it's that middle of the road milquetoast offering. You can't brag that you spent a lot and got something cool, and you can't brag that you got a huge value and that you punched above your, its performance doesn't punch above its price range, right? Which you can argue for Turkish guns. So because of that, it just ends up like nobody cares. You have a very good gun. Don't worry. In television. What does Calm Before Storm mean? Did he discuss this? Please timestamp. Calm Before the Storm, I'm just going to summarize it for you. I'm saying that right now we are kind of just in like a Guntube drought. We're in between disasters. So we had the 2020 boom, right? And we had like election booms. And now, like, the economy is not too good for people. People are needing to put food on the table over buying, I don't know, their 10 millionth gun. And there's no fear and there's no excitement. There's no like, man, look, we just unleashed constitutional carry nationwide. Okay, boom, guess what? Everybody in the country is now interested in concealed carry pistols. Guntube explodes. Or fear, nationwide assault weapons ban incoming, has to be fought with the Supreme Court. Everyone, boom, gets interested in guns again, right? They done and gets interested. They get interested in guns again, and there's another boom. So right now we're kind of in that spot where everyone's like, Guntube is dying. Oh no, things are bad. Yes, we're being throttled by YouTube. Yes, the AI is a problem, and it wouldn't be so bad if we weren't in the middle of this drought. So, like I said, there's going to be another boom. We'll see what it is. What is your recommended home defense setup strategy? Asking for a friend. My recommended. So there's two different things. There's what I recommend and then there's what I do, right? So my recommendation for a home defense setup strategy, that's a big question. So instead, I'm going to give you just like the basic answer I give anybody who typically asks me this, right? Get the biggest gun you are comfortable running, right? So do you have kids in the house? It has to be secured. Don't have kids in the house? Put it in your nightstand. Just lock it up when you leave the house. I think the bigger the gun, the better. I think something like an AR-15 is one of the best options ever. I think if you have the cash to put a can on it so that you can minimize your permanent hearing damage, that's even better. So ideally, something like an AR-15 and 300 blackout with a can, because you get good short barrel performance out of 300 blackout. So it's easier to maneuver it inside the house. 300 blackout, reliable AR with a can, with good ammunition, by your bed. If you have kids, make sure it's in one of those like quick access things. If you don't have kids, man, mount it on the wall. Who cares? Just lock it up when you leave the house. And if you ever find yourself in a home defense situation, stay in your room, get a real nasty angle on your door, call 911 and wait. That's my blanket recommendation for most people. If you don't want to run an AR or that setup is really expensive, guess what? Glock 19 with a weapon light on it, just fine. Just make sure you have illumination, weapon light, and that does not substitute a normal flashlight for looking around the house, right? That's just set up at the door. If you have kids, you need to have a plan to retrieve your kids and bring them to the sanctity of whatever room you are going to post up in. So if you have kids, that's why, I mean, like a lightweight 300 blackout pistol with a can on it that you can operate one-handed is probably pretty good. You can hold a kid, you can grab a kid's hand. The older kid can grab the younger kid's hand to move them to your place. If that is, if you think that is even still too heavy for you, then dude, get like a kick-ass handgun, the best handgun that you can get, and have a weapon light on that. You can run it one-handed, carry a kid, hold a kid's hand, whatever. So just get everyone to one room and just hold a nasty angle on the door and call 911. That's my blanket recommendation for everyone. If you're a wild man, Alexa, play some Credence and just like, I don't know, put on your headband and go to town with your NFA shotgun and start removing people from this plane of existence. P22X Legion. Did you ever shoot that? Good one to review, the full size and the carry. I've shot one. I haven't reviewed it. Yeah. I mean, the P226 is a classic for a reason, and the Legion is one of the better ones. I was actually going to do it, and then I didn't like how SIG responded to people asking questions about the P320. So I decided not to give them my money. My only 2011s are a Live Free Armory Apollo 11 compact and a Rock Island 10mm. How does the Rock Island 10mm run for you? Because I had one and it didn't run at all. As far as the Apollo 11 compact goes, I need more rounds behind it. I think it's cool. I wouldn't trust my life with it at this moment. What's your thoughts? PCC, FCP, just fun plankers or a good choice for home defense? It's not a bad choice for home defense. I mean, shit, load her up with 124 plus Ps. Let her rip. It is lethal force. The thing is, for me, I want to end a fight as quickly as humanly possible. So I want to hit someone with the most powerful thing possible, right? Which ideally is a shotgun. I can tell you this. I'm worried about having to rip off a shotgun indoors and my wife having to be next to it. And she doesn't have time to cover her ears or whatever. Or she's not thinking about it because she's having a panic attack. Like that's my thing with shotguns. And I think putting a can on it makes it so stupidly long. I like having options. If you're just holding a nasty angle on your bedroom door, Doesn't matter. Have the world's longest shotgun with a can on there. Psh, one shot, it's over. They cease to exist. But what if someone's screaming in the other room? Okay, now you need to leave. You're going to go around the corner with your 6-foot shotgun? I personally would prefer not to. But I want to stop the person from doing what they're doing as fast as possible by hitting them with the most powerful thing that I can. And a PCC is not that. What a PCC is, though, is it's a very low recoiling and still very lethal. I mean, we trust our handguns with it with shorter barrels and less muzzle velocity. But I always plan on shooting until they're done, but you might need to shoot them more until they're done than with something else. That's just my philosophy. But yeah, I'd say good choice for home defense, not great choice for home defense. Modern gaming and modern Hollywood are all like that. Yes, it's one of those things, dude. If this were a gaming channel, this live would turn into 12 hours if you got me started on that topic. The only thing I've been doing longer than shooting guns is gaming. I started shooting guns when I was 5. I started gaming before that. Thanks for another great chat tonight. Thanks for being here, Herman Little. Really appreciate you stopping by and for your support. New fan here. Just want to say congrats on the Bul Collab. That thing looks awesome. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I'm just so happy that so many people are loving it. Everyone who's gotten it has just reached out and been like, dude, this is way better than I even thought it was going to be. And I thought it was going to be amazing. It has exceeded all expectations across the board. And I'm just so grateful to have been a part of it. I have all the one you named. Big boy. What did you say? I'm trying to remember. Oh, the 2011s. Yeah. Yep. So you're good with those. I bought a new Staccato XC and it's dirty and there's a pit on the feed ramp. Not the first time I've heard that. And this is something, and again, this is what I keep drilling into people's heads, driving home, whatever you want to say, is Bul Armory refuses to make more guns than they can confidently make while maintaining quality. Staccato has exceeded that. And because of that, things like this more frequently slip through the cracks. I've seen rusty Staccatos. I've seen Staccato XCs that rattle. Like I've seen it all. Not surprised to hear that. I think the vast majority of Staccatos are fine, but there's more of these than there should be for the price. And it's because they're trying to keep up with their demand. And it's a little more than they can handle, I think. 5.56 over penetrates less than 300 blackout, doesn't it? I mean, we could sit here and talk about every single round on the planet. Like there are so many 5.56 rounds. There are so many 300 blackout rounds, but it depends on the round that you're using. It really does. That is way too big of a question for how short that question is, if that makes sense. But ammo selection is important. Do your research. That's kind of the thing that I can briefly say. Bul, RC, Forza, GP, Athena, Nyx, Platy, BG, P365 with Icarus, and Erebus on order. Yeah. So, I mean, that's quite the collection there, my friend. When someone's going to take a solid 12 gauge, when someone going to make a solid 12 gauge can, a Genesis 12 would be the ultimate home defense gun if there was a quiet can. Yeah. Cat was working on a can called the Coin Toss at SHOT Show this year, right? That one looked intriguing. It's a big old fat boy can, but it's short. And it looked like it actually would work pretty well. They also had like a breacher attachment for the end of it that was like, DNA collector type claw thing. But it was also going to be like 2 G's for a can. It's like, whoa, it's titanium too. I mean, that's why it's so expensive, because it's a big old can made out of titanium. So it's lightweight. But hopefully that pushes things in the direction, because I would love to toss a can on my Benelli M4 entry. Because I call that the Soul Snatcher 6000, because that thing patterns so mean all the way out to 25 yards. It's just the meanest pattern with flight control double-aught buck 8 pellet. Whoa. Oh, man, that thing is just a one-shot eraser of human beings. What's wild is you can get a cheap AR from PSA for less than a Glock 19 and a suppressor from Sonicor for under 300. Yes. And that is something to consider for a setup. My Rock Island 10 mil 2011 has been good to me. I jokingly passed a local PD's pistol qual with it. The grip is an absolute brick, though. She's thick. I remember that now that you mentioned it, that being a super thick grip. What is your opinion on the Rock Island 1911 45 ACP? I think that T-Sauce dunked on Rock Island. I think T-Sauce absolutely dunked on them. There was a point in time probably around 2010-ish that I would have recommended Rock Islands all day long for a budget 1911, all day, any day. Now they're still pretty good, but like I think T-Sauce has completely dunked on them. And the thing is, I think that they have a similar rate of problems. It's just that the T-Sauce seem to be built a little better. And keep in mind, I love my guys out in the Philippines. This is no shade to them. Just, man, Turkey is, they're kind of hopping on top of the 1911 game as far as cheap import 1911s. Shotgun with bayonet. I actually had a Mossberg 590. I no longer have that, but I do have the bayonet for it. There was Smith & Wesson made a bayonet, and it's like a Rambo looking knife, right? So it's got like the serrated rear and a, typical Bowie style look to it. And that thing went on a Mossberg 590. So I had this Mossberg 590 with a bayonet on the end of it. And I was like, if you ever run out of ammo, you throw it like a javelin. Your ears, though, don't ever forget them. Serious damage will happen. With shotguns, yeah, especially shorties. Because, when you have something like an 18-inch or longer barrel shotgun, when you're behind the gun, like, yes, hearing damage, definitely. But it's not as bad as when you start moving that barrel closer. More unburnt powder is igniting outside of the barrel at the end of it, and the barrel's closer to you. That's even worse. And, God forbid you touch that off with a loved one in the room and they're not ready for it, and they're, standing off to the side. Boom. And that's not good. Is the 2.0 stainless steel noticeably softer than the polymer in your experience? Yes. No, I'm not going to say significantly, but I will say it's noticeable. Yeah. Have to remember Staccato was STI. STI got a bad rap for a reason. Yeah, well, I mean, STI came when you bought one. It came with asterisks, right? It was, you're getting a double stack 1911 asterisk. You will need to tune the feed lips of your magazines, asterisk. You will need to learn how to gunsmith. Like it came with a list of things, but once you had it tuned up, it was pretty good. Now STI turning into Staccato, going after more, duty roles, they figured out how to make them reliable out of the box most of the time, unless there's a quality control hiccup. I think Staccato has also been chasing law enforcement contracts recently. Yeah, I think? I would say definitely they are. That is why they're moving in the direction of the HD. And can you think of any other company that was chasing only military and law enforcement contracts that the civilians were left in the dust? It happens all the time. Obviously, the best home defense setup is a Claymore mine, but the government gets all mad claiming you're booby trapping your home. And that's 100% true, man. And you know how much better I would sleep at night if I could just set up a Claymore? I'd honestly set up as many Claymores as I wanted in my house. That'd be great. I would sleep so much better. I probably wouldn't have as many pets, but I've heard rumors of a Platy Commander with Island Comp. Any inside ball on that? No, here's the thing. I love the guys over at Stealth Arms. I love Tim. They're literally one of my favorite manufacturers. For some reason, I just haven't gotten that close with them. I would like to be closer with them. Like, seriously, they are probably my top 3 favorite manufacturers right now. My Stealth Arms Platypus is one of my favorite guns. Like, I like it that much. And I just haven't gotten one of the comps yet. But if there's a Platy Commander Island comp, full stop, that's the one I'm getting. And I think that's probably why I held off on the comp. One was the lead time. I didn't really want to wait for it, and none of my local shops stocked one long enough for me to get it. They have other Platties, but not that one. Understandably, that one went fast. But the Commander with the Island comp, that has my attention. I think that'd be a really cool setup. And honestly, I would get that one if it came out. But no, I don't have any inside ball, unfortunately. I absolutely love everyone over at Stealth Arms. They made such a huge positive impression on me that, I'm definitely going to be getting more Stealth Arms products in the future. And if this exists, it's going to start with that one. Yep, Colt. Now look at Colt is just crap. Yeah, I'm doing a video on this soon. I got a Colt 1911, and the video is either going to be, it's a CCO, so officer length grip, commander length barrel. I don't know if the video is going to be focusing on the CCO and how it's like the best carry 1911 that nobody wants because they just never really sell well. But I think objectively they're the best for concealment and carry and shooting performance, just the best balance all around. But oh my God, dude, I looked at so many of them before I ended up settling on one because they were all trash. There was something wrong with all of them. The triggers were atrocious. It was like the most rattly slide. The barrel lockup was bad. The only good thing about Colt 1911s is it's all forged part. Like you're getting a good set of bones, right? It's kind of like getting a Smith & Wesson revolver right now. You're getting a good set of bones, but quality control is definitely a thing. Got a couple more super chats here. Oh, I'm glad you're able to stop by, man. Thanks for the support. Really appreciate the super chat. Nice. Got plenty of Q&A to catch up on later. Good to see you live, man. Yeah, I am now on late enough that I think you were able to catch me. So, but glad to see you here. Glad you're able to stop in. Really appreciate the support of the super chat as always. But has your Nightwood special come in yet? Or are you still waiting on it? Because I know shipments started trickling out. I don't know if yours has popped up yet. And Alex Frank, appreciate the $5, man. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you, big dog. You and David are doing the best Guntube these days. David's crushing it, man. But really appreciate it. Have you done a review on the MPA DS9 TC? I did it on the MPA DS9 hybrid. I think it was an older model. It was on loan from a subscriber. That's my only experience with MPA. And yeah, like I strongly recommend MPA. Especially if you're shooting competitively, I think it's a good value for the quality you're getting. I think you're getting a nice high round count 2011 out of that. So yeah, can't really go wrong with it. Hey, that was my MP9 hybrid. Yeah, it was older. Hey, I didn't realize it was you, dude. Yeah, no, I'm still grateful that you sent that out to me. So many people got like that review helped a lot of people out. So I really appreciate you sending that over. That was definitely a glaring gap in my library of videos. So, yeah, especially like I think the biggest thing for me was the grip texture on the grip, which turns out the newer models, like they have better grip texture. So glad that they were able to do that. But yeah, hey, glad you're still sticking around the channel. You found the live, which is a miracle. YouTube normally doesn't tell people about it. Planting Claymore. Oh, I can't tell you how many times I heard that. I sold it in favor of my Bul Radical 5.4. I now have the Blaze as my limited optic gun. Dude, welcome to the club, the Blaze Club. I absolutely love the Blaze. You know that. It's actually my wife's favorite handgun of all time is the Blaze. If she could only have one pistol, and granted, like she's not going to carry it, right? It's like if she could only have one pistol, not for carry, but just one pistol, it would be the Bul Blaze. That is her favorite. Every time we go out to the range, she asks me, she's like, "Will you please bring the Blaze?" I'll even catch her putting it in like my range bag. I'm like, "You put the Blaze in there?" She's like, "I gotta shoot it." Are they going to run more Nightwood Edition guns? My understanding is yes, they're working on a second batch. That I don't know what they're going to do beyond that because it is a limited run. They made a lot and they sold out so fast that the thing is, it's not even about making money. It's about wanting people that want it to have it. That's the big thing. So yeah, my understanding is I'm pretty sure they're working on a second batch. So do not, and if anyone watching this, don't buy one from a scalper on Gbroker. Don't do it. Be patient. I'm pretty sure more are coming. And when I say something's pretty sure, that's a pretty high chance. So yeah, my understanding is there will be at least another run. And yeah, we'll see. LOL, I always watch the lives and lurk, but now I'll send you my LTT trio for another vid. Very cool. Yeah, we'll talk about that. I want to talk about timing on that because I don't want to like overwhelm myself where I'm sitting there with 3 of your guns and I'm like, I have to get these all out. Thanks for another super chat, man. I appreciate it. You already gave me 357 and 38 ammo. Now you're putting even more money into the ammo fund. I'll get 10 millimeter and 45 with this. Got it. You got number 99. Absolutely slick. I'll be hitting the range to die on the EPS on Tuesday. Very excited to have a Bull again, dude. Congratulations. 99. That's a cool number to have. Under 100. Double nines. That's awesome, dude. How do we get in touch with you to loan a gun accessory for review? So I just want to preface this. Like, I'm not guaranteeing that I'll do it. Sometimes I can like get behind. I'm just one dude here on the channel doing one dude thing. So I do my best, but DMing me on Instagram is the easiest way to get a hold of me. Other than that, you can email the email address in the description of all my videos, but I do prefer the Instagram DMs. It's easier for me to respond to those. And if I'm in a pinch, I can even respond with a voice note. So yeah, you can always DM me on Instagram. It just logistically, it's something to work out. I also have to be like, hey, are you okay getting holster wear on this gun? Like there are things that we need to talk about. It's a rare thing that I do, but if it's a good fit, I'm always open to it. And just want to shout out Kenji. Thank you for the $20 super chat, man. Thank you. Just want to make sure that you know that you are loved and adored around here and that you are a valuable member of the team. Seriously, Kenji, I love you, man. It's always great chatting with you. What improvements would you make if they were to work with you on a V2? So I think this, I'm literally, I have it sitting right here. I wish I could hold it up. That's why every time I talk about the Nightwood special, I'm like motioning in this direction because I'm literally looking at it right now. But I think with the configurations that they can do, this is the perfect version of it. I think ideally I could have put my favorite trigger link, like the link trigger system, you can put easily swap trigger shoes. I would have had it ship with the link trigger that I wanted. Ideally, that's the only thing that I could change based on what they're running right now. Any other changes I would make would be essentially like consulting on a future design of a pistol with them. And my dream pistol that, again, like they don't tell me anything. My dream pistol, whether I don't know who's going to get to the punch first. I don't know if it's going to be Kimber. I don't know if it's going to be Bull. I don't know if it's going to be Stealth Arms. I don't know if it's going to be, well, we all thought it was going to be Staccato. I've been saying I want this from Staccato for years before I was aware of any of these other companies. I'd been a 1911 guy, grew up shooting them. And I finally started double stack 1911s, finally reliable with Staccatos. I'm finally going to be getting into those. And ever since I got the Staccato XC, I've been like, Staccato, make this gun. I want a compact Staccato XC. I want one with a shorter barrel. And now that the TAC comp exists, I want it ported and comped, shorter barrel, compact grip. So basically a compact TAC comp from Bul Armory. That's what I would want. The thing is, no one, if it's been this long and Staccato hasn't made it, I can only imagine that there are engineering challenges in getting it to be reliable in a more compact variant. I genuinely thought that Staccato was going to make like the CS line of guns. I thought they were going to make a Staccato CX, right? I thought they were going to make a slim line compact Staccato XC, and they didn't. And I was so bummed. So ideally, and like a V2 of a Nightwood gun special, it would look something like that. But obviously that is a huge investment. Like that is a new gun, multi-million-dollar investment of tooling up for something crazy like that. And it's just not feasible. So that is essentially it, is a compact Staccato XC, compact TAC comp, now that exists with the V6 porting. So that is ideally, if I was going to have another signature gun, it would be like that configuration, but that would be inventing a new gun. So it can't really be a signature gun if it's inventing a new gun. This is, in my opinion, the best all around. If you want to use it for concealed carry and other things, the Nightwood gun special to me is like the best offering, in my opinion, that they have. That bobbed hammer falling faster, you can feel it, and the gun feels fast and flat. There's less mass from the slide pushing forward on it, cocking the hammer. It shoots so well, it catches everyone off guard. It's the exact gun that I would have wanted to make with the configurations that they have available currently. So I would I'd throw my favorite link trigger in there. That's the only other thing I would change. Other than that, I would have to invest millions of dollars to help them invent a new firearm. Damn, Bul Armory Blaze is sick. Never seen that. It is the best shooting non-comped, non-ported gun I've ever shot in my life. It's that good. My wife likes shooting. It's not her like obsessive special interest like it is for me, but she loves shooting. We go out shooting all the time. She shoots frequently. The Blaze is just it, dude. It's her absolute favorite. She shot every single gun that I've ever had, and the Blaze is it. So I don't have to worry about any scalpers on GB since I lowball all my bids. Yep. It's like, oh, 3 Gs? How about 3 hay pennies? How does that sound? Just started working at a gun shop. It's been 3 weeks. I'm now the owner of an Ed Brown and have a Staccato HD 3.6 on hold. I may have to quit before I'm broke. That's how it works, dude. And no matter what you do, my wife always tells the joke. When we were in college, she started working at PetSmart, and within the first like week, we adopted a cat. And she's like, and I literally told her, I'm like, this is your one. This is your what, you get to adopt one cat, but that's it. That's it. You get the one. And it turns out he is the like one of those once in a lifetime pets that's just special, that is irreplaceable. So really glad that that happened. But I was like, of course, you're working here for like a week and you come home with a cat. LOL, that's exactly why I don't work at a gun store. Yeah, it's smart. Everyone I know that like has a job and they work part-time at a gun store just for gun money, they'd be better off just not even working there. If they end up, they're more out money than they would be if they weren't working 2 jobs. I want to see a thinner version of what you're describing. Yeah, like a thinner, compact Staccato XC. So yeah, a micro Staccato XC would be sick AF. Kimber Micro are so cool though. I have not shot a Kimber Micro yet. Like I have a bad feeling that they wouldn't run well. I should reach out to Kimber and see if they want me to review one, because I think they make a comped model, right? What is the best budget 40 Smith & Wesson compact pistol? Smith & Wesson Shield in 40. I joke the guys who work at my local gun store are indentured servants, LOL. Pretty sure most of the retired part-time guys are paying to work there. See, it's exactly what I'm saying. You get it. Oh man, I took my TAC comp to Staccato Ranch for their 250th event. I got a cool little story or two from that. Let's say it stole the show and might influence Staccato's future offerings. Oh boy. Man, Ben's going to love to hear that. I wonder if Ben's going to watch this live. If not, I'm actually going to screenshot it and send it to him. That is hilarious. I'm going to get a kick out of that. I am not surprised at all. I can tell you that. And see, this is what I'm talking about, guys. I promise you, I'm not glazing Bull Armory for nothing. Like I'm not shilling Bull Armory. I'm not glazing them for no reason. This is what I'm talking about right here, is you take a TAC comp to Staccato Ranch and everyone there is like, oh shit. So, and that's what I'm talking about with Bull Armory pushing the envelope, innovating. And that's the thing, is not only are they innovating and each offering gets more and more exciting and is kind of pushing the envelope, and again, they're not reinventing the wheel. They're just slowly perfecting John Browning's design, right? Just like updating it, just in every way. They get it. They're shooters. They carry guns every day. They literally conceal carry every single day, every one of them. So they are pushing the envelope, inspiring the industry and creating competition. And they're doing it while offering the guns at a competitive price. Like it is a value, what they're doing. And that's the thing, is they prioritize more than just filling their pockets. That is why I said yes to a signature gun. And I did it the way that I did, because they're people of integrity. I'm a person of integrity. That's how we wanted to do things. Double stack 2011 and 380 would be cool. That would certainly be interesting. I would love to see someone make that reliable. That would be quite the engineering feat. Oh man. All right. What else? What else do I have for you guys? I gotta like look around. I really wish I could just start pulling guns out of my safe. I have so much that I want to share with you guys. You know what I need to do? I need to start doing that over on Patreon. I need to have like a Patreon tier where you get like access to me, I don't know, like once every other week to sit down live for a couple of hours and I can just like pull out guns. That would be awesome. Trying to think. So I have the CZ Shadow 2 compact coming up, and I have the so Gerson is apparently coming out with a new concealed carry double stack 1911. For some reason they called it the Triple X, which is certainly a choice. I immediately think of the Vin Diesel movie, which by the way has aged extremely well. But I don't know, it also sounds kind of dirty, XXX. But that one has my interest, because I was shooting the CMX, which is like the Staccato XC looking one. And that one hardly had no malfunctions. And the really weird thing that caught me off guard with the Gerson 2311, granted, it was a hot day, 109 degrees, Fahrenheit for my international viewers, in the shade at the range. But that Gerson 2311 got so hot in the beaver tail area because it doesn't have a grip safety. But like right on the beaver tail, it got so hot that it actually blistered my hand shooting it. And that was at the 200 round mark. I put 200 rounds through the gun and it was literally so hot that it cooked my hand, like medium well. So that's something that I wasn't expecting. It also was just, man, spraying carbon everywhere. Not sure what was going on with that. But other than that, oh, and it has the world's heaviest trigger I've ever felt on a 1911 style pistol in my life. It was, I actually need to measure it because I think it might be 6 pounds. Might even be more than that. I don't know. It was ridiculous. Other than those things, it was good though. So I'm interested to see how their concealed carry version holds up. Because that's more something I'm interested in, is like, okay, who's going to make the smallest double stack 1911 that's reliable that you can carry? I love Bul's philosophy behind their products. They basically pick the best platforms, Glock and 1911, and nitpick the shit out of them until they're feature maxed. Everything is thoughtful. Completely agree, dude. Like 100% agree with you. That's exactly what they do. I'm waiting for the Axe Pros to drop because apparently the Pro models won't be available to buy separately. The non-Pro spiral barrels are available though. Yeah, I'm definitely interested. So here's my thing with the Bul Armory Axe products. Like you said, they nitpicked Glocks and fixed everything about them. The problem is that's what I liked doing. Like I would get Glocks and I'd be like, okay, boom, I'm going to try this compensator. Boom, I'm going to try this trigger. I'm going to try this magwell. I'm going to try, I'm going to try this grip texture, this guy who stipples. Like that was a part of the fun for me. And Bul Armory was like, what if we just did all of that and offered it to you out of the box? And then I'm like, well, I probably wouldn't buy a Glock if they were just that perfect out of the box. That's half the fun. But if you are looking for a pre-made Glock that has all the stuff done to it that you would want to do to it anyway, then yeah, the Axe is 100% the way to go. I'm actually interested in the Axe Pro like you are, especially because recently, like I've been shooting the Glock 43X with the grit grips and the Radian Ramjet Afterburner. I've been shooting the G19 Gen 6 with the same comp. And and the Gen 6 texture, that now that those new Glock offerings are out, I'm actually interested in trying the new Axe Pro as compared to the Tomahawk that I reviewed, what was that, probably a couple years ago, just to see how things have changed. Mostly I want to try the trigger on it, see how that is. Because if that trigger is as good as a Johnny Glock's trigger and could save people like 300 buckaroonies to have a really good trigger in a Glock, then that, to me, that's really appetizing. But my thing is like, I wouldn't carry the Axe over an EDC Pro. Like I wouldn't. So that's kind of my thing, is like, I want to try it. I want to test it. I want to review it. I'd like to have it, but like, I'm not going to pretend like I'm going to carry it over one of their 1911s. You could use pictures of your guns, then you aren't handling anything. I know StreamYard allows you to share stuff. Yeah, I should probably figure out how to do that, but it's not the same, man. I like when I'm holding it, I'm like seeing stuff, and I can talk about it. That's the fun. That's like saying like, oh, you could watch someone play video games online. It's like, yeah, if you're not cool. Bro, I've saved so much money by not needing to mod my Buls. I've had 8 or 9 now and have never bought anything extra for them besides trigger shoes and optics. Yeah. That's and now with the link trigger system, like trigger shoes aren't even a thing anymore. It's like, okay, for a few bucks, you just get a new link and plug it in easily. But yeah, I haven't changed anything on any of my Buls ever. It's because they know they're just making the gun the way they would want it out of the box. I carry a bodyguard or a P10C ported. Everything else I buy is for competition and home defense. Yeah. Yep. I totally get that. Totally get that. For me, I just love I love 1911 so much that it's just what I like to carry. It's easier for me to run them best, right? Like I shoot most guns pretty well. It's just easier for me to shoot a 1911 well. It takes less conscious thought and effort. Takes less effort is how I would put it. So why not have the gun that's easiest for you to shoot well for a carry gun? You try or interested in the Wilson Combat Bulwark? Other than the name being kind of cool, man, that is one of the ugliest, stupidest looking guns I've ever seen in my life. So I've not tried one. I'm certainly interested in trying one. Am I going to drop the money for one? Absolutely not. It seems like a half-baked idea. It seems like they didn't think it all the way through. Like it's like Metal Gear Solid Phantom Pain. It's like they got halfway through making the game and just had to put it out. That's kind of what the Bulwark looks like. Or you can make small videos, especially share them on stream. Otherwise, not much else you can do. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I feel super lame, like showing pictures of guns when they're literally right there. There's one literally right here, and there's no one literally right here, and then I'm literally carrying one. For those of you who say that you cannot carry appendix because you can't sit, I show up for these multi-hour lives, and I'm carrying appendix every single time, no problem. I just got the right optic plate for my Bul Viper, but I can't find a holster specifically for it. Just I assume an open-ended ultralight holster would allow the comp to poke through. That'd be my assumption, yeah. First of all, where'd you get a Bul Viper from? You stinky butt. Got me all jealous over here. I was not into Bul when the Viper was a thing. I missed out on the Viper. Where'd you get a Viper? Tell me now. Who's your source? Bulwark would have owned the market in 2015. Honestly, that is one of the better takes so far. Yeah, 2015, man, that would have been pretty cool. Have you tried the new Bul Armory axe? No, but like honestly, talking about it now has me interested in it. Like hearing people talk about it, I'm like, okay. Because I reviewed the Tomahawk and I'm like, I get it. It's good. Like it is the best, I hate to say Glock clone, right? But like best Gen 3 inspired Glock pistol on the market, period. I get it. And you know, the new axe is just more of that. But the more people talk about the new axe, the more I'm like, maybe I do want one of those. I'm still on Bul's site. I'm going to go look at it now. Because this is what I always do when I think I want something. I go and look at it, and then inevitably it makes me like, yep, you definitely want that. Let's see here. Axe. Yeah, the Axe. I think Axe C Pro. Man. Yeah. Whenever that Axe C Pro is out. Because I remember I held this at SHOT Show. I was so enraptured by the TAC comp. I didn't spend a lot of time with other stuff, but I did hold the Axe Pro. I think it was down at the end. I don't even know if they had the C. I don't remember what they had, but I remember it felt good. But I'm looking at it. The only thing that I'm seeing right off the bat is the grip texture does go high, but closer towards the beaver tail, it kind of has that blank space that I typically complain about on pistols that like a lot of manufacturers miss. I'd like to see that textured further back toward the beaver tail. But other than that, it looks good. Looks like something I would like. Range day at C2 Tactical in Scottsdale this week. And I shot the Bul Nightwood 2011. Without question, it's the best shooting 2011 I've ever used. It's so smooth and accurate, it almost shoots itself. Yeah, that's the thing, that's everyone's reaction, is they think it's going to shoot really well, and then they shoot it, and it's like, whoa, okay, that's actually putting pressure on the TAC comp. That's how good it shoots. And for how lightweight it is, and with the compact grip, it's everything I would ever want. And I figure if it's something I would like, it's something that a lot of people would probably like. LOL, I got it from some guy clearing out his safe. He never shot it. RMSC optic included in it was rusted from the battery leaking. Want to review it? It's literally my favorite gun. Oh, we'll talk. We'll talk about it. I don't want to steal your Viper from I like literally you would send it to me and I would like zell you like 3 G's and just keep it and never talk to you again. But no, maybe we'll talk. We'll talk. The comp on it is actually the same size as the TAC comps. Interesting. But yeah, the Viper was such a cool gun. Only thing I'm seeing on that axis is that the beaver tail does look like it gives it a higher bore axis than a G19. Maybe. Again, I would have to hold it. I see what you're saying. Yeah, you might not be able to get as high of a grip, but I mean, you could really push up into it though. That's the thing, is you can see it because it kind of curves down on the outside. So you're still getting your hand up in there in the actual like grip itself. And then I think the beaver tail has a little bit of a curve down, which makes it look, but yeah, I think I'd have to hold it again. Not just I'd hold it for more than 15 seconds to get a good feel for it. Oh, what else? So yeah, CZ Shadow Compact. I'm actually really, really enjoying it so far. I'm trying to think. Oh, the only thing that kept happening, and I'm going to be embarrassed when the review comes out, is I kept like short stroking the reset, because two things. One, I'm used to shooting 2011s all the time, so I'm used to really short resets. And two, the CZs that I shoot frequently have either been Cajunized or they've been sent to CZ Custom and they have shorter resets. So with just a stock factory CZ Shadow 2 compact, I kept failing to reset the trigger. And I was like, bang, 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 and then I had to reset it. So that's the only thing that I ran into. That's a user problem. If you were used to the reset on that Shadow 2, it'd be good. My argument, though, is knowing what exists with CZ Custom and with Cajun Gunworks, it's kind of hard to not be like, okay, if I get a Shadow 2, I'm also going to have to plan on what it's going to cost to get it Cajunized, because why wouldn't you just want it to be better? And the other thing is the CZ Shadow 2 compact is fat, which was a problem. I carried a PO1 compact for a few months when I was younger. I just remember that being really fat in the waistband, and this is the same thing. So I've gotten offers for $3K. They go for about that on Gunbroker. The ultralight comps sell for over $4.5K sometimes. It's crazy. No one else has made a comp 3 3/4 2011. Yeah, that was an awesome offering from Bull Armory. I just know that with Bull, like with comp, they kind of had a sour taste in their mouth after selling comped guns, because they get people calling in and complaining like, how do I clean the comp? Like the comp, that has like lead buildup after 15,000 rounds. And, it's like, they just didn't have capacity to be dealing with that. They're like, oh my God, then just don't buy a comp if you don't want to deal with comp issues. So I think that that's probably one of the reasons why they stopped doing it, is because the general public at the time when the Viper was a thing, they were so unfamiliar with comps, they didn't know what comes along with running a comp, if that makes sense. Well, work is done for the night. Time to go do the thing everyone hates, cardio. Yeah, you can do cardio. I think you should just lift heavy weights only. That gets your heart rate up too. It's my retirement job. I do really like it. LOL. So, man, okay, what else? The 10mm 1911 DS Warrior, the 6-inch long slide, has been awesome. Had zero malfunctions with it, which is really impressive. I was expecting a 6-inch double stack 10mm 1911 to have some hiccups. It did not. The only ammo I had for it was hollow point ammo. That's what I had in my back stock, and like hotter hollow point ammo. So there were like halfway through the magazine, every once in a while, you'd feel like a chunk on the feed ramp kind of going in, but it never malfunctioned, shooting only hollow point ammunition, just a couple of chunks, but not like it slowed down cycling or like it hung up for a second. It was just, you felt it as it went back into battery. So really impressed with that. Kudos to Kimber for making a reliable 6-inch 10mm double stack 1911. And I already talked about the Gerson. Other than that, guys, I cannot wait to get back into revolver content. I mentioned earlier the Lou Horton 29-3. That's like a snub nose 3-inch. Or no, is it 3-inch or 2 snub nose 44 mag? Beautiful bluing on that with the combat stocks. Can't wait to show that off in a video. I have a 681-4 Lou Horton that is just like a 1 of 250 made, I think. They rushed it out the door in 96 right before the Hillary holes started going in the guns. So that is another really cool one. It's quad ported from the factory. Super cool. And see here, what other revolvers? I have an 8 3/8-inch 29-2 in a presentation case that I've been wanting to make a video on for almost a year now. So I'm so glad to almost finally be caught up on the latest, hottest gun reviews, so I can start doing more of that content that I just think I'm personally more interested in. And I think there will be a little less fatigue with content like that over current content. No idea how to clean a comp, but I'm willing to figure it out. Exactly. There are several ways to do it, but it's usually it takes quite a few rounds to build up enough carbon to the point where the bullet's hitting carbon buildup on the way out the comp. So most people don't even have to worry about it because most people don't shoot their guns. Nice. Love revolvers. Me too. Me too. Are they direct to consumer exclusively, or will they distribute? Are you talking about Bull? Because Bull is typically direct to consumer, but they've been adding a lot of FFLs in the US side. Oh yeah, Bull, that is just clarified. So yeah, they're typically direct to consumer. That's the majority of their volume, but they do have dealers now in the US and they're slowly adding more. Something I've learned about Bull is they're only going to work with people that they have fully vetted that are on the same page as them. They have to be knowledgeable about the product. They have to be shooters. It has to be their lifestyle. They have to be good, honest, trustworthy people that they can accept into their company as essentially a member of the family. Very picky about who they work with. And I really appreciate that because, anybody who's a Bull dealer is a good dealer. Like that's a place that you want to go to. Locally to me, it's Scottsdale Tactical, which is one of, if not the best gun shop near me. Like I highly recommend it. If you're in the state of Arizona, you should make the trip to Scottsdale Tactical. That is my absolute favorite. It's like Scottsdale Tactical and Bear Arms are like the two that I absolutely love. But Scottsdale Tactical, man, their inventory is insane. So yeah, they're a Bull dealer and you can trust them because of it. It's kind of like it's a nice little litmus test for gun dealers. If they stock Bull, that they're good. Bull did the work for you by vetting them. You guys clean your comps, right? Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much me. I've only ever had to do it one time and put so many rounds through it. I had to do it. I bought really getting in there, like having to chip out melted, awful carbon buildup. I bought a super rare S&W 520 NRA edition 7-shot Scandium. Dude, that's awesome. Let me see this thing. 520 NRA edition. Scandium. I want to see this thing. Show it to me. This thing must be really rare. Oh, there it is, dude. Instantly jealous. Good for you. Really happy for you. Hope you enjoy it. Hope you like it. Hope it doesn't give you any problems. I haven't gotten enough rounds to warrant anything more than a bore snake. Yeah, most people won't. Most people won't. It takes a lot of rounds. It seems like chat is kind of dwindling. So I don't know. We'll start wrapping this up a little bit. Unless anyone has any questions, any concerns, any comments that I can address here. Otherwise, we'll start wrapping up. And I'll go eat some food and let everybody start their weekend. Recommendation on a 9mm revolver for competition, something cheap-ish and high value. Oh, man. I mean, my default answer for anyone asking for a revolver is Smith & Wesson butt. Smith & Wesson butt. Make sure it works. Check it over before you commit to it. What is that? Is it the 989 or 986? Which one is it? Because there's one that like everybody uses. Yeah, the 989. Yeah, 989, 986, stuff like that. Smith & Wesson. That's the direction I would go for a 9mm. And just if you have to tune it or change, I mean, if you're going to be running it in competition, you're probably going to want to tune it anyway. But it's not cheap. But I don't know, man. It's kind of slim pickings out there for revolvers like that you're asking for. I know the Taurus that I reviewed was actually surprisingly good, but what 9mm revolvers is Taurus even making now? Like, I don't know if they're making any that would do well in a competition role. I think a lot of their revolvers are more like home defense, self-defense, concealed carry, or hunting. I'm not sure they really have a 9mm offering that would be good for competition. So yeah, kind of slim pickings, dude. I'd probably go with Smith. Optic ready would be sweet. Yeah, the thing is, you can make pretty much any Smith optic ready. Like a lot of people make optic mounting solutions for Smith & Wesson, and it's really easy. You just pop out that rear sight bloop, bloop, right out of the frame, and then just bloop, put in the optic mount. Pretty easy. All right, everyone, I think we're going to bring this to a close. We only made it to 4 hours, but like I said before, Fridays are usually pretty slow for live streams. But hopefully, majority of people can just catch up with this, have something to listen to on the weekend, have a little content, since I do have to hold one of my videos for a last-minute sponsor. Did you know the threaded Beretta Tomcats will accept a 9mm comp and even work okay with them? That's intriguing. Who has any? I'm assuming people have done it, right? Now I got to see this. Whoa. Okay. Okay. There are even some that have like integral rails, like Picatinny rails underneath it. Man, this is cool. Because I think they're making a factory comped option, right? I don't know if it's out yet, but I thought I remembered seeing it at SHOT Show that they had a comped model. It's like the, what was it? The 30X. Yeah. Interesting. See you, bro, Jack Manhorse. Glad you were able to make it for the live. It was good chatting with you. Rotten Corpse, good seeing you, dude. But other than that, I'll see you guys most likely on Wednesday for the Kimber 10mm review, and we'll go from there. So thanks for sticking around for the chat. It was great talking with all of you. For those of you on the replay, thanks for listening. Hope you enjoyed the usual banter. I now need to fix the thumbnail where I did my one misspelling per 10 years that I do. And I can erase it, and only a few hundred people from today will know that it happened. And the rest of you will have no idea, except that I just told you, and now all of you know. See you, big boy. Good to see you. Catch you later, man. Have a good night. Thanks for the stream. See you, Eshabone. I'm glad you were finally able to make a live, dude. And enjoy number 99 of the Nightwood Gun Special. But yeah, other than that, guys, I will see you in the next video. Catch you later.